Good morning. Good afternoon, Kin Komodo, or good evening, wherever you are. Sorry, I didn't do the reading yesterday. I was too busy playing Minecraft. I've been uh, I've been playing Minecraft a lot lately. All right. How you doing, Kin Komodo? ASMR. Hello, Piao. Let's go! Minecraft Pro? No, I'm so scared. I've never played hardcore Minecraft before because I die so easily even in survival. I'm terrible at Minecraft. All I do is fishing and build stuff. Maybe I can show you guys what I built one day. Maybe I'll stream Minecraft one day. Anyway, if you can't make it to the venue, it's okay as long as you are here listening to the story. Yeah. Minecraft stream. Oh man. I don't know. I don't do anything. Really? Hang on, I'm putting on lip balm because it's like it's gonna be a 4-hour read for sure. The book is so long. Let me know if my voice is louder than the background sound and if I need to adjust anything, okay? I rely on you all. And drink more water. By water, I mean tea. I don't really drink water. It's not that because I don't like the taste of water. I don't really mind it. Um, I actually like to drink water, like especially like cold icy water. But if you want me to choose between water and green tea, I'll always choose green tea. Very good antioxidant. Make your skin really nice. Anyway, without further ado, I'm not gonna babble as I did last time. I'm okay. Never mind. Like just one more babble. I'm finding this like sudden schedule so much more relaxing than like setting myself up on like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. When I set myself up, I just don't want to do it. So from now on, I'm just gonna do Noodibles whenever I want to do it when I wake up. So no more scheduling, no more planning. If you guys catch it, you guys catch it. Okay. All right, let's go. Oh, Monster Hunter, yeah. All right. Yeah. Just do whatever you want. Put me on background. Aww. I love farming for stuff. I mean, but I never played Monster Hunter, so I don't know. It could be very grindy. Who knows? You know. Alright. No more babbling. Let's go. We're gonna continue Yukio Mishima's Spring Snow today, chapter 14. I've never read any of Yukio Mishima's book. So far, I'm finding him very ranty, very long-winded like me. We are 13 chapters gone and I still feel like I'm standing in the same place in the story. So let's see where chapter 14 to chapter 29 bring us today. Hell yeah. 14 to 29 today. Let's go! Okay. Today we are reading Yukio Mishima's Spring Snow chapter 14. Kiyawaki's father had entrusted him with the key to the library. This was in a corner of the north side of the main house, and it was one of the Matsugais that received scant attention. The Marquis was not the man to devote much time to books, but here were gathered the Chinese classics. The hat belonged to Kiyoaki's grandfather, the Western books that the Marquis had ordered from Maruzen out of the desire to appear intellectual, and many others received as gifts. When Kiyoaki started high school, his father had handed over the key with the pomposity of one conferring the guardianship of the treasure trove of wisdom. Thus, he alone was privileged enough to go there whenever he liked. Among the books in the library least likely to excite the Marquis's interest were many collections of Japanese classics and children's books. Prior to publication, each of the publishers had requested a brief recommendation from the Marquis together with a photograph of him in formal dress, and then, in exchange for this privilege to print recommended by His Excellency Marquis Matsugae in gilt letters on the binding of each book, they presented him with the collections. Kiyoaki himself was not inclined to make frequent use of the library. He preferred his own reveries to books. For Inuma, however, who was given the key once a month by Kiyoaki so that he could clean the room, the library was the most hallowed place in the house, sanctified as it was by the Chinese classics dear to Kiyoaki's grandfather. When he spoke of it, he never referred it to merely as the library. It was always His late Excellency's library, and when he pronounced those words, his voice was choked with emotion. On the evening after Kiyoaki had become reconciled with Honda, he called his tutor to his room just as Inuma was about to leave for his night classes and dropped the library key into his hands without a word. There was a set day for the monthly cleaning. Furthermore, this was a job that Inuma never did at night. What, he wondered, was the reason for giving him the key right now, on the wrong day, and in the evening at that? It lay on the palm of his thick, blunt hand, blue and metallic like a dragonfly with its wings torn off. Afterwards, Inuma would recall this moment time and again. How torn and naked the key seemed, like a ravaged body as it lay in his palm. He stood for some time trying to decide what it meant, but he could not. When Kiyoaki finally did explain, he seethed with anger, directed not so much at the master himself as at himself for not being at his mercy. Yesterday morning, I didn't go to school and you stood by me. Tonight, it's my turn to help you. Go out just as if you were leaving for school. Then, go round the back and come in by the door opposite the library. That key will open the room and you can wait inside. But don't turn on the light. And the safest course would be to lock the door from the inside. Tadeshina has given Mine full instructions. She will telephone here with a message for her, asking for Miss Satoko Sachet to be asking when Miss Satoko Sachet will be finished. That will be the signal. Mine is skilled at such delicate work, and people are always asking her to do something like this. Miss Satoko herself asked her to make a gold brocade sachet, so such a phone call won't arouse at least suspicion. Once Mine receives the message, she will wait for the time when you're supposed to leave for school, and then she will go to the library and knock lightly on the door, hoping that you will open it for her. And since it will be just after dinner, when everyone is bustling outside, no one will miss her for 30 or 40 minutes. Tadeshina believes that for you to meet outside instead would be too dangerous and hard to arrange. There would have to be all sorts of pretexts for a maid to go out alone without everyone having something to say about it. At any rate, I took the liberty of deciding the matter without consulting you. Tadeshina is going to call Mine tonight, and you must go to the library. If you don't, Mine will be terribly upset. As he stood listening, a bear at bay, Inuma's hand shook so violently that he almost dropped the key. The library was very cold. The heavy curtains of gold thread let in a little light from the lanterns burning in the garden behind the house, but not enough to allow one to decipher the titles of the books. The room was filled with the smell of mildew, like the odor hanging over the banks of a clogged canal in winter. The darkness was no obstacle to Inuma. He had memorized the place of almost every book in the library. Works such as the writings of Han Feizi, the testimony of Seiken, and the 18 histories lined the shelves, including a Japanese-bound edition of the commentaries of the four classics, which had lost its protective cover. This was a book that Kiyoaki's grandfather had thumbed so often that its binding was worn out. One day, when Inuma was turning over the pages of one of the books he was dusting, a poem by Kayo Honen had caught his eye. It was in a collection of famous Japanese and Chinese works, and Inuma had carefully memorized the place. The title was Song of a Noble Heart. A verse of it was particularly consoling as he performed his duties of cleaning the library. It goes, "Though now I sweep a little room, I will not do so forever. Can Kyushu hold my ambition? Can flocks of chattering sparrows share the eagle's solitary path?" Inuma now understood. Knowing his deep reverence for his late Excellency's library, Kiyoaki had deliberately chosen it for this tryst. There could be no doubt about it. When he had been explaining the plan that he had so considerately arranged, the cold satisfaction in his manner was proof enough that he grasped all its implications. He wanted events to take their course so that Inuma himself would commit sacrilege in the place that he worshipped. He thought about it. There had been a silent menace in Kiyoaki's ever since he had been a beautiful child. A delight in sacrilege. And when Inuma had thus defiled what was so precious to him, Kiyoaki would be as delighted as if he had taken a piece of raw meat and rolled it up in a sacred Shinto pendant. In legendary times, the savage god Susanoo, and the sorry, in legendary times, the savage god Susanoo and the brother of the sun goddess had found satisfaction in the same way. Ever since Inuma had lost himself to a woman, Kiyoaki's power over him had grown immensely. Furthermore, and to Inuma, in the injustice of it was baffling. The world would always accept Kiyoaki's pleasures as charming and natural, whereas it would condemn his own with unflagging severity as sordid, not to say sinful. As he brooded over this, Inuma's self-loathing steadily deepened. From the ceiling of the library came the rustling of scurrying rats and an occasional muffled squeal. When he had done the cleaning the previous month, he had spread plenty of poisoned chestnut up there, but apparently to no avail. Suddenly, he shuddered, remembering what he most wanted to forget. Every time he saw Mine's face, no matter how hard he tried to suppress it, the same evil thought stirred in his mind. Even now, as her warm body was coming to meet him in the evening darkness, this thought stood between them. It concerned something that Kiyoaki probably already knew, but since he had never mentioned it to him, Inuma himself, without forgetting about it for a moment, had kept quiet about it. Actually, it was a rather open secret, which made Inuma's distress increasingly hard to bear. He was tormented by it as if a pack of rats were swarming over him in all their filth. The Marquis had slept with Binet, and still occasionally did. His imagination was triggered by the rats above, their bloodshot eyes and their loathsome bodies. The cold was biting. No matter how brave a figure Inuma cut when he went out to perform his daily devotion, he shook now as the cold struck his back and crept through him until it covered his skin like an icy compress. Mine had probably been delayed until there was an opportunity to leave the table without attracting attention. As he waited, the desire grew, sharp and insistent. Then a mass of disagreeable feeling combined with a piercing chill and the smell of decay to assault his already taut nerves. He had a sinking sensation as though the foul waters of ditch drainage ditch were rising up his legs, soiling his fine silk hakama. Is this my way of finding pleasures? He thought. A man of 24, capable of great bravery and ripe for the highest honors. There was a light knock on the door. Inuma reacted with such a speed that he crashed painfully into a bookcase. Finally, however, he managed to turn the key in the lock. Mine turned slightly and slipped through the doorway. When Inuma had turned the lock behind her, he took her by the shoulders and propelled her unceremoniously towards the back of the library. Wherever the reason, his mind was fixed on the dirty grey snow he had seen shoveled into piles along the outside of the wall of the library on his way there. Though he had no time or inclination to speculate this, he was consumed by the need to violate Mine in the corner that was so closest to the dirty snow. Driven to savagery by his fantasies, he was brutal with the girl. The more he pitied her, the crueler he became, and when, in the midst of it all, he realized that his viciousness was a passion to revenge himself on Kiyoaki, he was overcome by an indescribable misery. Since time was short and silence imperative, Mine let Inuma have his way without offering any resistance. But the meekness of a submission only tormented Inuma the more, for her gentle manners bespoke a quiet understanding of himself as someone very similar to her. Still, this was by no means the only reason for her gentle compliance. Mine was cheerfully promiscuous, and for her, the total awkwardness of his manner, his attempt to intimidate her by his silence, his clumsy fumbling hand, proved the reality of his desire. He never dreamed that he might be pitying her. Lying there in the dark, Mine suddenly felt the cold, like a sword thrust under her spread skirt in her kimono. Looking up through the gloom, she saw shelves laden with books, each tucked into its case, the goal of its title dulled by the passage of time. They seemed to be pressing in on her from all sides. Speed was essential. Tadeshina had briefed her down to the last detail so that she would be clear on every point, and all that was required of her in this brief moment was to act without hesitation. He saw her role in life as that of someone who was ready to give her body freely to soothe and comfort. This was enough for her, and her small ripe body, with its firm flesh and smooth flawless skin, was pleased to give satisfaction. It would be no exaggeration to say that she was fond of Inuma. Whenever she was desired, Mine had a wonderful knack of discovering the good points in her suitor. She had never joined the other maids in their contemptuous mockery of Inuma, and so his virility, so long harassed and ridiculed, at last received its due in her woman's heart. She suddenly had a vision of the temple holiday in all its gaudy festivity, the acetylene light with their glare and acrid smell, the balloons and pinwheels and the gaily colored candies. She opened her eyes in the darkness. "What are you staring at?" asked Inuma in irritation. The rats were scurrying around in the ceiling again. Their movements were almost soundless, and yet they held a note of desperate and urgency. They seemed to be rushing frantically through the dark domain in frenzy that dashed from one end of it to the other. That was chapter 14. Sip of coffee. Chapter 15. All the mail. We are now reading chapter 15 of Spring Snow. All the mail that was delivered to the Matsugai household was handled according to a fixed ritual. The steward Yamada took charge of it and stacked it neatly on gold lacquered tray engraved with the family crest. This was then borne into the presence of the Marquis and the Marquise. Since Satoko was aware of this procedure, she had taken the precaution of entrusting her note to Tadeshina, who in turn was to give it to Inuma. So, it was that Inuma, in the middle of studying for his final examinations, took the time first to meet Tadeshina and then hand over Satoko's love letter to Kiyoaki. Though the morning after the snowstorm was clear and bright, I just couldn't help thinking about what had happened the day before. In my heart, it seemed as if the snow had not stopped, but was falling still, and the snowflakes seemed to merge into the form of Kiyo's face. How I wished that I could live somewhere where the snow fell every day of the year, so that I would never stop thinking of you, Kiyo. If we were living in Heian times, you would have composed a poem for me, wouldn't you? And I would have had to offer one of my own in reply. I am shocked to think that, although I have been learning waka since my childhood, and at a time like this I can't set down a single poem to express my feelings. Is it because I lack the talent? Why do you believe that I am so happy? Just because I have found someone who is kind enough not to be upset by whatever I say or do, no matter how capricious. That would be the same as thinking that I enjoy treating Kiyo however I choose, and nothing could cause me greater pain than to know that you believe this. No, what really makes me happy is your gentleness. You were able to see through the whim of mine the other day. You could see how desperately I secretly felt, and without a word of reproach, you came with me on that ride through the snow, and you fulfilled the dream that I had buried it deep inside with me with so much embarrassment. That is what I mean by your gentleness, Kiyo. Even now, remembering what happened, I feel my body tremble with joy and shame. Here in Japan, we think of the spirit of snow as a woman and the snow fairy. But I remember that in Western fairy tales I read it's always a handsome young man. And so I think of Kiyo as the spirit of snow, so masculine in your uniform. I think of you as overwhelming to me. To feel myself dissolve into your beauty and freeze to death in the snow, no fate could be sweeter. At the end, Satoko had written, "Please be kind enough not to forget to throw this letter into the fire." Up to this final line, the style was smooth and graceful, for Satoko never expressed herself other than with elegance. Nevertheless, Kiyoaki was startled by the sensuous vigor that seemed to flare up here and there. After he had read it, his immediate reaction was that it was the kind of letter that ought to transport a man into ecstasy. On reflection, however, it seemed more of a textbook exercise from Satoko's classes in the art of elegance. He felt that she wanted to teach him that elegance overrides any questions of indecency. If the two of them had already fallen in love that snowy morning, how could they bear to let a day pass without a meeting, if only for a moment or two? What could be more natural? Yet Kiyoaki was not inclined to follow his impulses in such a way. Oddly enough, living only for one's emotion, like a flag obedient to the breeze, demands a way of life that makes one balk at the natural course of event. For this implies being altogether subservient to whatever their origin, and thus, ironically, is apt eventually to fetter its own instinctive sense of freedom. Kiyoaki delayed seeing Satoko again, though not to practice self-denial, still less that he, guided by a profound knowledge of subtleties of emotions which are only open to those already experienced in love. His behavior was simply the result of his imperfect grasp of the art of elegance and was still so immature, but almost bordering on vanity, that he envied Satoko her serene freedom, wantonness even, and was made to feel inferior. Just as a stream returned to its normal course after a flood, Kiyoaki's predilection, predilection for suffering began to reassert itself. His dreamy nature could be as demanding as it was capricious, so much so, in fact, that he was angered and frustrated at the lack of obstacles into his love. The meddlesome assistants of Tadeshina and Inuma provided a ready target, and he came to view their maneuvers as inimical to the purity of his feelings. His pride was hurt when he realized that this was all he had to rely on as the fierce pain and agony of love spun their coil. Such pain ought to be fit material for weaving magnificent tapestry, but Kiyoaki had only a tiny domestic loom with nothing but pure white thread at his disposal. Where are they leading me? He wondered. At this very moment, when I am gradually, genuinely falling in love. But even as he decided that what he felt was love, his contrary nature was asserting itself once more. For any ordinary young man, the memory of Satoko's kiss would have been enough to lift him into ecstasies of joy and satisfaction. But for this young man, for whom complacency was already too common a condition, it was a memory that caused greater heartache with every passing day. No matter what else might be true, the happiness he had felt at that moment had the brilliant fire of rich jewel. There was no doubt about that. It was engraved in his memory in the midst of a formless, colorless, snowy desert, with his emotions in turmoil, not knowing how he had embarked on this journey or how it should end. The warm glow of the jewel had been like a compass point. His sense of discrepancy between memory of that happiness and his present heartache grew steadily, and its effect on him deepened. He finally lapsed into the black melancholy that had been so congenial before. The kiss ceased to be anything more than another reminder of Satoko's humiliating mockery. He decided to write a reply to her letter as chill as he could make it. He tore up several sheets of stationery in the attempt, making a fresh start each time. When he had finally composed what he thought was ultimate in unfeeling billet doux and put down his writing brush, he suddenly became aware of the extent of his achievement. Without intending to, he had hit upon the style of a man of great worldly experience, having built on the letter of accusation he had once sent her. This time, the very thought of such outright deception was so painful that he began yet another letter. In it, without any attempt of qualification, he conveyed the joy of experiencing a kiss for the first time, and it was filled with boyish passion. He closed his eyes as he slipped into an envelope and ran the tip of his tongue over the flap. The glue tasted vaguely sweet, like medicine. Man, dating back in fucking 100 years ago seems to be a pain. What happens to just telling people, yo, I like you, what's up? I don't know. Is it too much to ask for? Wait, thank you. Let me drink. Oh wait, hang on. Give me a second. Talk to my mom for a bit. Be right back. 2 minutes. Hello? Yeah, guys, I'm back. Yeah, just fucking tell people that, hey, I, I like you. Don't, you know, I feel like men tends to think of women like as something like they are like always scheming for something. We don't. If we like to have fun and enjoy our time with you, we just like to enjoy our time with you. Like we don't have ulterior motives, you know. Only incels would think like, oh my god, this female is scheming for something. And this main character is not exactly it's not exactly a flawless character. I mean, which is good because I am so done with like characters that's like perfect. He's not perfect and it's fine, but it's very incelly. I don't know. That's just my opinion. Anyway, let's go on. Chapter 16. Chapter 16 of Yukio Mishima's Spring Snow. The Matsugai estate was most famous for its autumn display of maple trees, but its cherry blossoms were also the object of much admiration. Cherry trees were scattered among the pines on the long rows of trees that flanked the drive to the main gateway for more than half a mile. The best view was from the second floor balcony of the Western style house. Standing there, one could take in all the cherry blossoms on the Matsugai estate in a single sweeping glance. Some bloomed along the drive. Several trees stood among the huge ginkgo trees in front of the garden. Some ringed the small grassy knoll where Kiyoaki's Otachimachi ritual had taken place, and a few grew on the maple hill beyond the pond. Many discriminating viewers preferred this arrangement to an overwhelming display of massed blossoms in the middle of the garden. From spring to early summer, the three principal events of the Matsugai household were the Doll Festival in March, the cherry blossom viewing in April, and the Shinto Festival in May. But since the prescribed year of mourning following the death of His Imperial Highness had not yet elapsed, it was decided that this year the March and April festival would be curtailed to strictly family observances. Much to the disappointment of the women in the house, for though for for throughout the winter, as happened every year, all sort of rumors had been filtering down from the quarters of the senior staff about plans for the doll festival and blossom viewing, such as the story that a troupe of professional entertainers would be brought in. The house was always full of such tales, the kind of speculation that gave a thrill to simple souls accustomed to making a great deal out of arrival of springtime. To have their expectations blighted in this way seemed like a blight on spring itself. The full Kagoshima-style celebration of the Doll Festival at the Matsugai's was renowned, thanks to the appreciative foreign visitors invited in years gone by. It was now famous abroad as well. So much so, in fact, that every year a large number of Americans and Europeans who were in Japan at the time of the festival would use whatever influence they had to try to obtain invitations. The pale cheeks of the two ivory dolls representing the Emperor and the Empress shone cold in the early spring light, despite the gleam of the surrounding candles and reflections from the scarlet carpet beneath. The Emperor doll was dressed in the splendid ceremonial robes of a Shinto high priest, and the Empress in the extravagant rich Heian court costume. Despite the bulk of their countless skirts and their gowns dipped gracefully at the back to reveal the pale translucent of the napes of their necks. The scarlet carpet covered the entire floor of the huge main reception room. Countless wooden bowls inside richly embroidered cloth hung down from the beam ceiling, and the bas relief pictures of various kinds of popular dolls covered the walls. An old woman named Tsuru, famed for her skill at this sort of picture, came to Tokyo every February to throw herself wholeheartedly into the preparation. Her pet refrain was a mumbled as Madam wishes. Even though this year's Dolls Festival lacked the usual gaiety, the women were nevertheless cheered by the prospect of the cherry blossom season. It would not be observed publicly, but it would still be celebrated with considerable more festivity than they had been led to believe. This hope was warranted by a communication from His Highness and Prince Toin, announcing that he would deign to be present, though in a private capacity. This had also cheered the Marquis immensely. He was the happiest in the midst of extravagance and ostentation, and the restraint of a polite society weighed heavily on his outgoing nature. If the emperor cousin himself saw fit to take a lax view of the observation of mourning, then no one would dare cast aspersions on the Marquis's own sense of what morality required. Since His Highness Haruhisa Toin had been the emperor's personal representative at the coronation of the Rama VI and was personally known to the royal family of Siam, the Marquis decided that it would be proper to include the two young princes in the invitations. Years before, in Paris, during the Olympic Games of 1900, the Marquis had become rather intimate with the prince while rendering him valued service as a guide to the nightlife of the city. Even now, the prince was fond of recalling those days with references that only the Marquis understood. Matsugae, he would say. Remember the place with the fountain that gushed champagne? That was a night to remember. April the 6th was the day set for the formal viewing of the cherry blossoms, and as soon as the rather subdued observation of the doll festival was over, the tempo of life in the household quickened as the preparation got under the way. Kiyoaki, however, did nothing at all during his spring vacation. His parents urged him to take a trip somewhere, but even though he did not see Satoko very often, he was not in the mood to leave Tokyo while she was there. As spring came gradually, day by day, despite the sharp cold, Kiyoaki struggled with a series of unsettling premonitions. Finally, when his ennui became overpowering, he decided to do something he did only rarely. He paid a visit to his grandmother's house on the estate. He seemed unable to shake off a lifetime of habit of treating him like an infant, and this, together with her fondness for cataloguing his mother's faults, was reason enough for his reluctance to visit her. Ever since the death of his grandfather, his grandmother, with her masculine shoulders and no-nonsense face, had turned her back on the world completely, ate little and a handful of rice a day, as though living in anticipation of the death that she hoped was soon to come. As it turned out, however, she thrived on this diet. I wish I'd thrive on that diet too. When people came from Kagoshima to visit her, she talked to them in a dialect in her home region, indifferent to what others might think. With Kiyoaki and his mother, though, she spoke in the Tokyo manner, however stiffly and awkwardly. Furthermore, since she had none of the nasal tone of Tokyo speech, the strong parade ground quality of her voice was all the more apparent. He was convinced that she carefully preserved her Kagoshima accent as an implicit condemnation of the easy fluency of his Tokyo inflections. So, Prince Toin is coming to see the blossoms, eh? She said without preamble as he entered. She was warming her legs in the kotatsu. Yes, that's what they say. I am not going. Your mother asked me. but I prefer being here out of everybody's way than showing concern over his idleness. She went on to ask him if he didn't feel inclined to take up judo or fencing. There had once been an exercise hall in the estate, but it had been torn down to make way for the Western house. She made the sarcastic comment that its destruction had marked the beginning of the decline of the family. This was one opinion, however, that was congenial to his own way of thinking. He liked the word decline. If your two uncles were alive, your father wouldn't be carrying on the way he does. As far as I am concerned, this being on familiar terms with the imperial family and pouring out money on entertainment is just a big show. Whenever I think of my two sons dead in the war without ever having known what luxury was, I feel I don't want to have anything more to do with your father and the rest of them. Floating through life and thinking of nothing but having a good time. And as for the pension I received from my two boys, that's why I put it up there on the shelf beside the household altar without ever touching it. It seems to me that the Imperial Majesty gave it to me for the sake of my two sons and the blood they shed so gallantly. It would be wrong to ever use it. His grandmother enjoyed delivering herself of little sermons like this, but the truth was that the Marquis was unstintingly generous in granting whatever she wished, be it clothes, foods, spending money, or servants. Kiyoaki often wondered if perhaps she was acutely ashamed of her rural origins and was trying to avoid any kind of Western social life. Still, whenever he visited her, and only then, he felt that he was escaping from himself and the artificial environment that suffocated him. He enjoyed the contact with the person who was so close to him but still retained the earthy vigor of his ancestors. It was a pleasure of a rather ironic sort. Everything about his grandmother was in physical harmony with his image of her character. Her hands were large and her fingers blunt. The lines of her face seemed to have been laid there with the firm, sure strokes of writing brush, and her lips were set with firm resolution. Once in a while, however, she was willing to allow lighter note to creep into a conversation with him. Now, for example, she tapped her grandson's knee under the low table that covered the foot warmers and teased him. Whenever you come here, my women get flustered and I don't know what to do with them. To me, I'm afraid you are still a little boy with the wet nose. But I suppose these girls see things differently. Kiyoaki looked up at the faded photograph of his two uncles in uniform on the wall. Their military dress seemed to him to preclude any possible bond between them and himself. The war had ended a mere 8 years before, yet the gap between them seems immeasurable. I'll never shed real blood. I'll never wound anything but hearts, he boasted to himself, although not without a slight sense of misgiving. Outside, the sun shone on Shoji's screen. The small room bathed him in cozy warmth, making him feel as if he were wrapped in a huge opaque cocoon of glowing white. He felt as if he were basking luxuriously in this direct sunlight. His grandmother began to doze. In the silence of the room, he became aware of the ticking of the huge old-fashioned clock. His grandmother's head tipped forward slightly. Her forehead jutted out sharply under the line of her short hair, which she wore bound and sprinkled with black powder dye. He noticed the healthy sheen of her skin. More than half a century ago, he thought, the hot Kagoshima sun must have burned her brown each summer of her youth, and even now she seemed to have retained its mark. He was daydreaming, and his thought, moving like the sea, gradually turned from the rhythm of the waves to that of the long, slow passage of time, and hence the inevitability of growing old. And he suddenly caught his breath. He had never looked forward to the wisdom or other vaunted benefits of old age. Would he be able to die young, and if possible free of all pain? a graceful death as a richly patterned kimono, thrown carelessly across the polished table, slides obtrusively down into the darkness of the floor beneath, a death marked by elegance. The thought of dying suddenly spurred him with a desire to see Satoko, if only for a moment. He then telephoned Tadeshina and then hurriedly left the house. There was no doubt that Satoko was full of life and beauty as he himself was. These two facts seemed to be a strange twist of fortune, something to seize and cling in time of danger. Following Tadeshina's scheme, Satoko pretended to go out for a stroll and met Kiyoaki at a small Shinto shrine not far from her home. The first thing she did was to thank him for the invitation to the Cherry Blossoms Festival. She obviously thought that she had persuaded the Marquis to issue it. This was in fact the first he had heard of the matter, but with his usual deviousness, he did not disabuse her of the idea, and accepted her thanks in a vague, non-committal way. Chapter 17. Sip of tea. Am I reading too fast? We're now reading chapter 17 of Yukio Mishima's Spring Snow. After a prolonged struggle, Marquis Matsugae succeeded in compiling a severely curtailed guest list for the Blossom Festival. His criterion was to invite the number of suitable guests most appropriate to the occasion, as the banquet that concluded it would be graced by the august presence of the imperial prince and his wife. Besides Satoko and her parents, Count and Countess Ayakura, he therefore included only the two Siamese princes and the Baron Shinkawa and his wife, who were frequent visitors and great friends of the Matsugae. The Baron was the head of the Shinkawa Zaibatsu. His whole way of life was modeled on that of the complete English gentleman, whom he copied with a scrupulous attention to detail. The Baroness, for her part, was on intimate terms with such people as the noted feminist Raicho Hiratsuka and her circle, and who was also a patron of the women of tomorrow. She could thus be relied on to add a touch of color to the gathering. Prince Toin and his wife were to arrive at 3 in the afternoon and was shown around the garden after a short rest in one of the reception rooms of the main house. They would then be entertained until 5 o'clock at the garden party by some geishas, who would go on to perform a selection of cherry blossom dances from the Genroku era. Just before the sunset, the imperial couple, who were to retire to the Western-style house of aperitif after the banquet itself, there would be a final entertainment. A projectionist had been hired to show a new foreign film. Such was the program devised by the Marquis with the help of the Yamada, his steward, and after pondering the varied taste of his guest. Not trying to settle the choices of films gave the Marquis some agonizing moments. There was the one from Pathy Fit. Oh wait, hang on, sorry. One moment, please. to move my cat into my room. Alright, anyway. Sorry. Trying to settle the choice of films gave the Marquis some agonizing moments. There was one from the Pathé featuring Gabriel Robin, the famous star of the comedy Francois, that was indisputably a masterpiece. The Marquis rejected it, however, fearing that it might destroy the mood of the Blossom viewing created. Hello, Swiss Roll! Thank you for dropping in. Created with such care. At the beginning of the March of the Electric Theatre in Asakusa Asakusa had begun to show films made in the West, the first of which, Paradise Lost, had already become wildly popular, but it would hardly do to present a film that was readily available in a place like that. Then there was another film, a German melodrama filled with violent action, but that could hardly be expected to score a success with The Princess and the Other Ladies of Waiting. The Marquis finally decided that the choice was most likely to please his guests was an English five-reeler based on a Dickens novel. The film might be rather gloomy, but it did have a certain refinement. Its appeal was fairly wide, and the English caption would help all his guests. But what if it rained? In that case, the large reception in the main house would not offer a sufficient varied array of blossoms, and the only suitable alternative would be to hold a viewing on the second floor of the Western-style house afterward. The geishas could also perform their dances there, and the aperitif and the formal banquet would follow as planned. The preparations got under the way with the construction of a temporary stage at a spot near to the pond, just at the foot of the grassy hill. If the weather turned out to be fine, the prince and his party would undoubtedly make a full tour of the estate in order not to miss any of the blossoms. The traditional red and white curtain that must be extended along this route were far larger than those required by more ordinary events. The work of decking the interior in the Western-style house with cherry blossoms and decorating in his banqueting table to suggest a rural spring scene demanded by all the attentions of a large group of helpers. Initially, on the day before the party, hairdressers and their assistants were driven into a frenzy of activity. Happily, on April 6 was clear. Even if the sunshine left something to be desired, it came and went, and there was even a chill in the morning air. An unused room in the main house was set aside as a changing room for the geishas and was filled with all the available mirrors. His curiosity aroused, Kiyoaki went there to take a look for himself, but the maid in charge quickly chased him away. His imagination, however, was caught by the room and scoured and swept in preparation for the women who were soon to come. Screens were set up, pillows scattered everywhere, and mirrors glinted through their brightly colored covers and printed Yuzen muslin. At the moment, there wasn't the faintest hint of the scent of cosmetic in the air, but within no more than half an hour there would be a transformation. The place would be filled with lovely voices as the women gathered about their mirrors, donning and shedding their costume with unflurried possessions. Kiyoaki found the prospect fascinating. He was caught up by the seductive magic of the occasion, which did not emanate from the rough estate that had just been built in the garden, but rather was concentrated here in the room, with its promise of intoxicating fragrance soon to come. As the Siamese princess had very little concept of time, Kiyoaki had asked them to come as soon as lunch was over. They arrived at around 1:30. He invited them up to his study for the moment, startled to see that they were wearing their school uniforms. One second, my cat wants my attention. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. He invited them up to his study for the moment, startled to see that they were wearing their school uniforms. Is that beautiful girl of yours coming? Prince Crisada asked loudly in English before they were through the door. Prince Patanadit, always gently reserved, was affronted. He scolded his cousin for his unthinking rudeness and apologized to Kiyoaki for insulting Japanese. Kiyoaki assured them that she would come, but he cast surprised glances in asking that they refrain from speaking about him and Satoko in front of either the imperial guests or the Matsugais or the Ayakuras. The princess had apparently assumed that the relationship was a common knowledge. By now, the two princes were showing no signs of their former homesicknesses, and they seemed to have settled into the rhythm of life in Japan. In their school uniform, they struck Kiyoaki as being almost indistinguishable from his other classmates. Prince Crisada was a gifted mimic, did an imitation, sorry, my brain is not working, imitation of the dean that was good enough to make Chao Pi and Kiyoaki laughed out loud. Chao Pi walked over to the window and looked out over the grounds of estate at a scene quite different from what one saw on ordinary days. The red and white curtains that wound through it was waving in the wind. From now on, it must surely get warmer, he said forlornly, his voice filled with longing for the hot summer sun. Kiyoaki was quite taken with his touch of melancholy. He stood up and was about to walk over to the window himself, but as he rose, Chao Pi gave a sudden boyish cry that aroused his cousin and brought him out of his chair. "There she is!" he exclaimed, slipping into English. "There's a beautiful lady we mustn't mention today." And indeed, it was Satoko. Unmistakably in her long-sleeved kimono as she came along the path beside the pond towards the main house with her parents beside her. Even at this distance, Kiyoaki could see that the kimono was a beautiful cherry blossom pink, and its pattern reminiscent of the fresh green profusion of a spring meadow. As she turned her head momentarily, pointing out the island, he caught a glimpse of her profile, the delicate pallor of her cheek set off by her shining black hair. No red and white curtains had been hung on the island. It was still too early to see the first tinges of spring green, but the curtains that marked the twisting path of the maple tree beyond cast wavering reflections on the surface of the water. The colors putting Kiyoaki in mind of striped cookies. Although the window was shut, he felt that he could hear Satoko's warm, bright voice. Two young Siamese and a Japanese, they stood in a trio at the window, each catching his breath. How strange, thought Kiyoaki, when he was with the two young princes. Was it that he found their passionate nature so infectious that he could believe himself to be the same and feel able to show it openly? At this moment, he could tell himself without a qualm, I love her. I am madly in love with her. 6 years before, he had had all too brief a glimpse of the imperial Princess Kasuga's beautiful profile as she turned to glance back at him. It had filled his heart with a hopeless and lingering yearning, but now, as Satoko left the pond, she turned her face towards the main house with a graceful movement of the head. And although she was not looking directly at his window, Kiyoaki suddenly felt liberated from that former obsession. In one moment, he had experienced something that surpassed it. 6 years later, he now felt that he had recaptured a fragment of time, sparkling and crystalline from a different perspective, as he watched Satoko walking in the pale watery spring sunshine and suddenly laughed. And she did so. He saw her raise her arm in fluid movement, hiding her mouth behind graceful curve of her white hand. Her slim body seemed to vibrate like a superb string instrument. That was chapter 17. Sorry for the interruptions earlier. Chapter 18 now. Baron Shirakawa and his wife were uniquely matched as a couple. Absent-minded detachment was here quite literally wedded to frenzy. The Baron took not the slightest notice of anything his wife said or did, while the Baroness, oblivious to her effect on others, kept up a ceaseless outpouring of words. This was their customary behavior, and whether at home or in public, despite the abstracted manner, the Baron was perfectly capable on occasion of mercilessly nailing a person's character with a single incisive, pithy observation, on which, however, he never deigned to elaborate. His wife, on the other hand, no matter what torrent of words she might expend on the same individual, never succeeded in bringing him to life. They owned a Rolls Royce, the second ever purchased in Japan. It was a distinction they treasured as an evidence to their social position. It was the Baron's custom to don a silk smoking jacket after dinner, and thus attired to spend the rest of the evening ignoring his wife's inexhaustible flood of chatter. At the Baroness's invitation, Raicho Hiratsuka's circle met at the Shinkawa's residence once a month, calling themselves the Heavenly Fire Group, after a famous poem by the lady Sanu no Chigami. However, since it was invariably rain on the appointed day, the newspapers amused themselves by referring to them as Rainy Day Club. Any sort of serious thought that was beyond the Baroness, who was amazed at the intellectual awakening of Japanese women. She observed it with the same excited curiosity that might have been aroused in her by hens laying eggs in some novel shape, pyramids, for instance. The Shinkawas were both irritated and flattered by the Matsugai's invitation to the blossom viewing. Irritated because they realized how bored they would be. Flattered because it would give them an opportunity to display their authentically European manners in public. The Shinkawas were an old and wealthy merchant family, and while it was, of course, essential to maintain a mutually profitable relationship established to the men from Satsuma and Choshu, who had risen to such power within the government, the Baron and his wife held them in secret contempt because of their peasant origins. This was an attitude inherited from their parents, and one that was at the very heart of their newly acquired but unshakable elegance. Well, now that the Marquis has invited Prince Toin to his house, the Baron remarked, perhaps he will organize a brass band to greet him. That family views the visit of an imperial prince as a sort of theatrical event. We just have to keep our enlightened views to ourselves, I'm afraid, was his wife's reply. I think that it's rather chic to remain au courant, au, au courant, as we do without seeming to, don't you think so? In fact, it's rather amusing, don't you agree, to mix up unobtrusively with old-fashioned people like them. For example, I think that it's frightfully amusing the way Marquis Matsugai is so obsequious in front of Prince Toin in one moment and then tries to behave as though they were old friends the next. But I wonder what I should wear. We'll be leaving early in the afternoon, so I imagine it wouldn't quite to do it wouldn't quite do to go in formal evening dress. When all is said and done, I suppose a kimono would be the wisest. Perhaps I should hurry and put on an order at the Kitaide in Kyoto and have something made up. Perhaps in that lovely blossom by firelight pattern. But for some reason, I never look well in Suso's pattern. I'm so sure if it's on me, if it's just me who thinks that Suso pattern looks frightful on me, and that it's really just a thing, or whether other people also think it looks frightful. So I just don't know what to do. But what do you think I should do? On the day itself, the Shinkawas received a note from the Matsugai. They were respectfully requested to arrive some time before the time set for the imperial couple's arrival, and although they chose with cool deliberation to make their appearance 5 or 6 minutes after the time of Toin no Miyas were expected, they were chagrined to discover that they were still early. The Marquis had apparently allowed for such maneuvers. The display of country manners ruffled the Baron. Perhaps His Imperial Highness horses had a stroke on the way, he observed by the way of greeting, but no matter how biting the Baron's sarcasm, his speech was mumbled and his expression blanked in true English fashion so that no one heard him. A dispatch from the distant main gate announced the appearance of the imperial carriage, and the host and his party immediately took up their position at the entrance of the old main house to welcome the prince. His carriage was platted here and there with spring mud as the horses in the gravel spurting under the hoofs, trotting up under the pine tree that stood in the drive in front of the house. They snorted irritably and tossed their heads, and for a moment their flying grey manes made Kiyowaki think of a seething crest of a huge wave about to break on the shore. At the same instant, the imperial chrysanthemum on the door, blurred in the whirlpool of gold and was still in the carriage, came to a halt. Prince Toin, fine grey moustache, was well set off by a black derby. The princess, following her husband, walked into the entranceway, crossing the threshold onto the white carpeting that had been spread over the floor on the main house that morning to obviate the necessity of changing into slippers. The imperial couple naturally gave a brief nod before entering the house, but the formal ritual of welcome was to be enacted in the reception room. As the princess passed him, Kiyowaki's eyes were caught by the black tip of her shoes flashing beneath the frilly white material of her skirt. They were like pods of seaweed, he thought, bobbing in the rippling eddy. The elegance of it so fascinated him that he was even more reluctant to look up at her face, which was beginning to show signs of age. In the reception room, Marquis Matsugae presented the other guests to the Toin no Miyas. The only person who was new to them was Satoko. "What have you been up to, Ayakura?" the prince chided her father. "Hiding such a beautiful young lady from me." Kiyoaki, standing to one side, was seized by a slight shudder that he could not explain. He felt that Satoko had suddenly been transformed to a rare work of art on public display. Since the prince was so close to the court of Siam, the two princes had been presented to him immediately on arrival in Japan. He now chatted with them familiarly, asking whether or not they liked their fellow students at the piers. Chow Pi smiled brightly. His reply, the very model of dutiful courtesy. They all help me make things easier for us in every way. It's as if we had been friends for years. We lack for nothing. Since the princess had hardly ever appeared at school until now, apparently had no friends at all there except for himself, and Kiyoaki found this enthusiastic testimony very funny. Baron Baron Shinkawa liked to think of his sensibility of being a polished silver. Its luster shone unmarred in the congenial atmosphere of his own home, but no sooner as he plunged into the vulgar intercourse of the outside world than its carefully burnished surface had begun to tarnish. To suffer a single encounter such as this was enough to cast a light film over it. Under the direction of the Marquis, the guests now went outside, on the heels of the prince and the princess, to see the blossoms. Being Japanese, however, the couple did not permit themselves to mingle freely. Each wife remained behind her husband. Baron Shinkawa had already fallen into a fit of abstraction that was noticeable to the others. Nevertheless, as soon as he and his wife had put a suitable distance between themselves and the other guests, he roused himself to remark to her, "When the Marquis was studying in Europe, he took to foreign ways. Before that, he kept his mistress in the same house as his wife, but afterwards he installed her in the rented house just outside of the front gate, which is about half a mile from the house. That amounts to, say, 1/2 mile of westernization. It's what I believe is called 6 of one, half a dozen of the other." "To be enlightened at all," replied his wife, launching out. "One must be enlightened all the way. Half measures just won't do. If the household is really to be run on European line, then whether it's a matter of replying to a formal invitation or merely going out for a short evening stroll, husband and wife should do it together as we do, regardless of what others say. Oh, look over there. See how the hill reflected in the pond, with 2 or 3 cherry trees and red and white curtain? Isn't that pretty? And do you like my kimono? Looking at what the other ladies were wearing, I would say that mine has the most elaborate, the boldest, and the most enlightened pattern here. And so, how gorgeous it would look to someone on the other side who saw it reflected in the water, don't you think? Oh, how frustrating. Why can't I be on the both sides of the pond at once? One is so frightfully limited, isn't one? Don't you think? Pairing each husband and with his own wife was an exquisitely refined torture that the Baron endured with a cheerful equanimity. It was, after all, one that he preferred and had, in fact, pioneered. He looked on it as the kind of ordeal that might well be general practice in advanced civilization of 100 years hence. The Baron was not the kind of man to desire a passionate rapport with life, and he was ready to welcome any form of behavior that precluded this, however unendurable or tedious it might be to lesser men. He accepted his lot with the noblest oblige of an English sophistication. When the guests finally reached to the top of the hill from which they were to view the entertainment, they were greeted by the Yanagibashi geishas, already disguised as the traditional characters of the Genroku cherry blossom dancers. Thus they found themselves mingling with the samurai on his padded costume, the female Robin Hood, the clown, and the blind minstrel, the flower seller, the carpenter, the seller of woodcuts, the young hero, the town and the village maiden, The haiku master and all the others, Prince Doin was gracious enough to be amused, letting the Marquis at his side see his smile of pleasure, and the Siamese princess gleefully thumped Kiyoaki on the shoulder. Since his father and mother were busy entertaining the prince and princess respectively, Kiyoaki was left more or less alone with the two Siamese boys. He had enough to do fending off the geishas who clustered around him while he looked after the princes who were still awkward in Japanese and had very little chance to worry about Satoko. "Young master," said the old geisha who played the poet, "won't you please come and visit us soon? So many girls have fallen head over heels in love with you today. Must they go unrequited?" The young geishas, and even the ones who took masculine roles, wore a light touch of rouge around their eyes, which gave their laughing faces a slightly drunken cast. Though the growing chill in the air told Kiyoaki that evening was drawing on, he nevertheless had a feeling of being sheltered from the real night wind, surrounded by a folding screen of silk embroidery and a white powdered skin. He wondered how these women could laugh and play as happily as they were bathing in water warm to their liking. He observed them closely, the way they gestured as they told stories, the way they all nodded alike as though they each had a finely wrought gold things in the smooth white neck, the way they allowed themselves to be teased, letting mock anger flash for an instant in their eyes without ceasing to smile, the way they instantly assume a grave expression to compliment a guest's sudden sententious turn, their fleeting air of cold detachment as they adjusted their hair with a touch of hand, and all of these many devices, that the one that interested him the most was their manner of letting their eyes rove incessantly, without being aware of what he was doing. He was comparing it to Satoko's characteristics habit of casting sidelong glances. The geisha's eyes were certainly cheerful and alive, their only expression of independence, but Kiyoaki found them distasteful nevertheless. They darted here and there aimlessly as buzzing flies, quite in contrast with their expression. They had none of Satoko's delicate coordination, a gift that only comes with a sure sense of elegance. Now, as she stood talking with the prince, Kiyoaki watched her profile, her face lit with faint glow from the setting sun, and he looked on from the other side of the group. He thought of a crystal sparkling far away, the faint note of a koto, a distant mountain valley, all alike imbued with that peculiar charm of inaccessible, as the background of trees and sky gradually darkened. Moreover, her profile came still more brightly etched, the Mount Fuji silhouette caught by the setting sun. In the meantime, the Baron Shirakawa, Count Ayakura, were exchanging laconic observations quite unhindered by the attendant geisha, whose ministrations they accepted with cool indifference. The lawn beneath their feet was thickly scattered with blossoms, and one of these petals, to the fascination of the Baron, was clinging to the polished toe of one of the Count's shoes. They gleamed in the tray of setting sun. They were small enough to be a woman's shoe, he thought, and indeed, as the Count stood there, holding a glass of sake, his hand seemed so small and white as to be doll-like. The Baron, faced with such manifest evidence of noble breeding and inelegant decline, experienced a pang of jealousy. However, the Baron was convinced that the interplay of his own carefully nurtured English absent-mindedness with what was a natural condition of beaming abstraction in the Count imparted a quality of their conversation that no other pair could possibly match. "As to animals," said the Count unexpectedly, "whatever one say, I maintain that rodent family has a certain charm about it." "The rodent family?" replied the Baron, not getting the drift at all. "Rabbits, marmots, squirrels, and the like?" You have pets of that sort, sir? No, sir, not at all. Too much of an odor. It would be all over the house. Ah, I see. Very charming. But you wouldn't have them in the house, is that it? Well, sir, in the first place, they seem to have been ignored by the poets, you see? And what has no place in a poem has no place in my house. That's my family rule. I see. No, I don't keep them as pets, but they're such fuzzy, timid little creatures that I can't help thinking that there's no more charming animals. Yes, Count, I quite agree. Actually, sir, every charming creature, no matter what sort, they seems to have a strong odor. Yes, indeed, sir. I believe one might say so. They tell me, Baron, that you spend a good deal of time in London. Yes, and in London at tea time, the hostess makes great point of asking everyone, milk or tea first? Though, it all comes to the same cup. In the end, tea and milk mix together in the cup. The English place enormous importance on one's preference as to which should be poured first. With them, it seems to be an affair of greater gravity than the latest government crisis. Very interesting indeed, sir. They gave the geisha no chance to contribute a single word, nor, despite the day's theme, did they seem to have the slightest interest in cherry blossoms. Marquis Matsugai was talking with Princess Toin, who was extremely fond of Nagauta, and played the shamisen. Oh, thank you. And played the shamisen with great skill. Besides them stood the old geisha who was the best singer in Yanagibashi, contributing her share to the conversation. The marquise was telling them how some time before, at a relative's engagement party, she had played the Green of the Pines on the piano to the accompaniment of koto and samishen, an ensemble. Oh my god, I'm dying. An ensemble, she said, that all the guests found charming. The princess followed the story with keen interest and exclaimed how much she regretted not having been there to take part herself. Marquis Matsugai loud laugh rang out frequently. Prince Toin, on the other hand, was pleased to laugh now and then, but he did so with due moderation, putting a hand to his handsomely trimmed moustache. The old geisha, who played the blind minstrel, whispered something in the marquis's ear, and he immediately called out to his guest in his hearty voice, "Well, now it's time for the cherry blossom dances. Will you please be kind enough to move over close to the stage?" This sort of announcement in fact belonged to the steward Yamada's sphere of authority. Shocked at having his master snatch his roll from him without warning, the old man now blinked rapidly behind his spectacles. This reaction, which he concealed from everyone, sorry. This reaction, which he concealed from everyone, was customary when he had to put up with the unexpected. Yamada, who would never lay a finger on anything belonging to the marquis. Ooh. Thank you for coming. Please take a seat. Shocked at having his master snatch his roll from him without warning, the old man now blinked rapidly behind his spectacles. This reaction, which he concealed from everyone, was customary when he had to put up with the unexpected. Yamada would never lay a finger on anything belonging to the marquis, and he expected his master to show a like discretion towards him in return. There was, for example, an incident that had occurred in the previous fall. The children of the foreigners who lived in the houses outside the gate had gathered some acorns while playing in the grounds of the estate. Yamada's children had come out to join them, but when the foreign children had offered them a share of the acorns, they refused in horror. Their father had warned them severely against touching anything that belonged to the master. The foreign children misunderstood their reaction, however, and later the father of one of them came to Yamada to complain. When he thus learned what had happened, he summoned his solemn, pinch-faced children with their mouths turned down in perpetual obsequious respect and praised them highly for their behavior. As he thought about this, he rushed forward with pathetic determination in the midst of the guests, the skirt of his hakama flapping about his unsteady leg, and directed them feverishly towards the stage. Just at this moment, from behind the red and white curtain that was stretched in semicircle at the back of the stage, and there came a sharp crack of two sounding ticks that announced the start of the program. The report cut through the evening air and seemed to make the fresh sawdust that had scattered over the boards dance for an instant. That was chapter 18. I need to carry my cat. He wants to be on my lap. Okay. I know. Okay, see ya. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Sorry. Chapter 19. Sorry. Chapter 19 of Spring Snow. Kiyoaki and Satoko had no chance to be alone until there was a brief interval after the dance, just as the darkness was finally beginning to settle. This was the time allotted for the guests to move towards the Western-style house where the banquet was to be held. The geishas mingled with the guests once more to hear high praise for their performances, while everyone drank freely. It was a strange moment, poised on the edge of the evening, when lights are still unnecessary, when even the midst of convivial gathering, one may be caught by a vague intimation of precariousness. Kiyoaki deliberately glanced back in Satoko's direction and saw that she was being careful to follow him at a discreet distance. At a point where the path leading down from the hill came to a fork, one branch leading towards the pond and the other towards the front gate, and there was an opening of the red and white curtain. The big red cherry tree stood here, and its trunk, thick enough to give some protection from prying eyes. Kiyoaki stepped through the curtain and waited behind the tree before Satoko could join them. However, she was caught up in a group of court ladies, Princess Toin's attendants, and they came from the pond on their way back from a tour of the Maple Hill. Since Kiyoaki could not come out of hiding at this moment, there was nothing for him to do but wait in the shelter of the tree until Satoko was able to find a pretext to escape. Left to himself, Kiyoaki looked up at the tree above him and, for the first time that day, gave some thought to the cherry blossoms. They hung in huge clusters from the black austerity, and the branches like a mass of white seashells spread over the reef. The evening wind caught the curtains below along the path, and when it caught the tips of the branches, they were bent gracefully in rustles of blossoms. Then the great widespread branches themselves began to sway with an easy grandeur under the weight of the white. of white, sorry. The pallor of the flowers were tinged here and there by pink clusters of buds, and with almost invisible subtlety, the star-shaped center of each blossom were marked with pink in tiny sharp strokes, like stitches holding a button in place. The sky had darkened, and the outline of the cloud began to blur as they merged into it, and the blossoms themselves, already turned into a single mass, began to lose their distinctive coloring for a shade that was almost indistinguishable from that of the evening sky. As they watched, the black of the tree trunk branches seemed to grow steadily heavier and more somber. With every minute, every second that passed, the cherry blossoms sank deeper, darker intimacy with the evening sky. Kiyoaki was plunged into feelings of foreboding. Out of the corner of his eyes, he thought that he saw the curtain swell once more in the wind, and it was Satoko brushing against it as she slipped through the opening. He took her hands, cold to his touch from the chill of the night breeze. She resisted him, glanced anxiously about where he tried to kiss her, but she was trying to protect her kimono from the dust-streaked moss of the tree trunk. He was able to embrace her with ease. "This is breaking my heart. Please let me go, Kiyo." Satoko kept her voice low, afraid that others might hear. Kiyoaki was angered by her self-control, for he had set his heart on nothing less than an ecstatic supreme consummation at that moment, there beneath the blossoms. The rising moan of the night wind had made him more and more uneasy, and now he was driven in desperation to seize one sure moment of happiness for both of them, to the exclusion of all else. Hence his frustration when he discovered that her thoughts were obviously turned elsewhere. He was like a husband so jealous that he insists his wife have the same dreams that he has. Satoko had never looked more beautiful than now as she closed her eyes, still struggling in his arms. But although there was no feature, no contour that marred the delicacy of her face, it was nonetheless imprinted with a subtle fleeting cast of willfulness. The corners of her lips were slightly upturned. He anxiously tried to make out whether she was smiling or crying, but her face was already deep in the shadows, an omen of the darkness almost upon them. He looked down at her ear, half hidden by her hair, with the tinge of pink, its fine curve. The wonder of it made him think of a delicate coral recess that might appear in dream, containing a tiny, beautifully carved Buddha. There was something mysterious about the hollow of her ear, now fading into the darkness. Was it there that her heart was hidden, he wondered, or was it concealed behind her slightly thin and sparkling teeth? With a sense of nagging frustration, he wondered how he could ever penetrate Satoko's defenses. Then suddenly, as though she could no longer bear his look, she thrust her face forward and kissed him, and one of his arms was around her waist. He felt a warmth that insinuated itself through his fingertips resting on her hip, and that reminded him somehow of the sweet sultry atmosphere of a greenhouse whose flowers were dying. There was a scent to it that struck his nostril and gave him a delightful sensation of being smothered in it. Although she had not said a word, he was in the grip of his own images, and was quite convinced that he was on the verge of a moment of peerless beauty. She pulled her mouth away, but this left the huge mass of hair pressed against the front of his uniform jacket, gazing over her head and at the cherry tree some distance beyond the curtain as they became edged with silver. His head reeled from the perfume of her hair oil and became indistinguishable from the scent of the blossoms themselves. They stood out against the last light of the sun like thick, shaggy white wool, but their powdery color, shading almost to silver gray, could could not together blot out a faint, but to Kiyoaki's ill-omened pink, it made him think of an undertaker's cosmetics. In the midst of this, he suddenly realized that tears were pouring down her cheeks. Afflicted by the spirit of pure research, he was prompted to try to identify these tears as either tears of joy or of grief, but she was too quick for him. She shook herself free, and then, without even pausing to wipe her eye, she glared at him. Her manner completely changed, lashed out with stinging words that held no trace of compassion. "You're just a child, Kyo. A mere child. You don't understand a thing. You don't even try to understand. Why did I hold back so much? How I wish I had taught you what you know about love. You've got such a high opinion of yourself, don't you? But the truth is, Kyo, you are no more than a baby. Oh, if only I had realized it. If only I had tried harder to help you. Now it's too late." After this outburst, she vanished back through the curtain, leaving the young man utterly shattered to his own devices. What had happened? With unerring accuracy, she had marshaled those words that were calculated to wound him deeply, like arrows aimed at his weakest points. She had tipped them with poison distilled from the misgivings that preyed on him most. He should have stopped to reflect on the extraordinary efficacy of this poison. He should have tried to decide just why such a crystallization of pure malice had occurred. But his heart was thumping in his chest, and his hands shook. Bitter anger so overwhelmed him that he was close to tears. He could not be objected and coolly analyze the emotion that racked him. Worse yet, he had to rejoin the guests, and later in the evening there would be no escape. He would have to make pleasant conversation as though nothing were troubling him. He imagined no task that he felt less fit to perform. Chapter 20. As for the banquet, everything went off as planned and was brought to a successful conclusion without any slips being apparent to the guests. The Marquis' rude optimism was proof against all subtleties of misgiving. He himself was well satisfied, and he never dreamed that any of his guests might possibly feel otherwise. It was at such moments that his wife's dazzling worth was brought home to him, as their subsequent conversation revealed. The prince and princess seems to have had a good time from beginning to end, wouldn't you say? The Marquis began. "I think they went home quite happy, don't you?" "That goes without saying," replies the Marquise. "Didn't His Highness and the Prince deign to remark that he had not spent so delightful a day since the Emperor died?" That's not the best way he could have phrased it, but I know what he meant. But still, to go from mid-afternoon until late at night, don't you think it might have been too tiring for some of them? No, not at all. You arrange things so cleverly, with a variety of diversions following one after another, that it all flowed wonderfully well. I don't believe that our guests had a moment to spare in which they could have become weary. There wasn't anybody asleep during the film? Oh no, they were all watching wide-eyed from beginning to end and following with keen interest. But you know, that Satoko is a tender-hearted girl. I did think the pictures were quite emotional, but she was the only one sufficiently moved to cry. Satoko had in fact been crying uncontrollably throughout the show. The Marquis had noticed her tears when the lights were lit. Kiyoaki made his way to his room, worn out. He was wide awake, and sleep became impossible. He opened the window and imagined that the snapping turtles were gathering together just at the moment, lifting their metallic green heads above the water surface of the pond to peer in his direction. Finally, he rang the bell that summoned Inuma, who since graduating from the night school has always been home in the evening. On stepping into the room, Inuma needed no more than a single glance. to realize that anger and frustration were contorting the faces of the young master. In recent weeks, he had gradually developed a certain skill in reading facial expression, a talent that until recently had been totally beyond him. He had become especially adept with Kiyoaki, with whom he had daily contact, and whose expressions reminded him of the whirling fragrance of colored glass that settled into continually changing patterns within a kaleidoscope. As a result, his disposition and outlook began to alter. Not long ago, the sight of his young master's face drawn in this way by anxiety and grief would have him filled with loathing for what he would have judged to be Kiyoaki's sluggish indolence. But now, he was able to...
Stretch.
Okay. I wonder. But now he was able to see it as a refinement. Joy and exuberance did not, in fact, suit Kiyoaki. His beauty had a melancholy cast and so appeared most attractive when he was under the stress of anger and grief, and together with these there is always a forlorn suggestion of the spoiled child as a kind of shadow imagery. At times like this, his pale cheeks became whiter, his beautiful eyes bloodshot, his finely arched eyebrows were twisted into frown, and his whole spirit seemed to waver as though his inner world was shattered. He seemed desperate. Damn. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. We are close to 180. Thank you. He seems desperately to need something to cling to, and to the hint of sweetness lingered in the midst of his desolation, like the echo of a song over a barren waste. Good afternoon, Mochi Panda. Since Kiyoaki said nothing, wait. And so the hint of sweetness lingered in the midst of his desolation, like the echo of a song over a barren waste. Since Kiyoaki said nothing, Inuma sat down on the chair he had made a habit of using recently, even when Kiyoaki did not offer it to him. Then he reached out and began to read the banquet menu, which Kiyoaki had thrown down on the table. The dishes listed constituted a feast such as Inuma knew he would never taste, no matter how many decades he might serve the Matsugai. When Inuma read the menu, I'm going to skip the menu because it's just food. While Inuma read the menu, Kiyoaki kept staring at him, one expression succeeding another on his face. One moment his eyes seemed full of contempt, the next brimming with pathetic appeal. He was irritated that Inuma should sit there with his insensitive deference, just waiting for him to break the silence. If only Inuma had been capable of forgetting the master-retainer relationship at the moment, and had put his hand on Kiyoaki's shoulder like an elder brother, how easily he could have started to talk. He had no idea that the young man who sat in front of him was different from the Inuma to whom he was accustomed. What he did not realize was that the Inuma who had once been obsessed with the rough suppression of his own passions had now developed a gentle forbearance towards him, and inexperienced as he was, had taken his first tentative steps into the world of subtle emotions. I can hardly imagine that you have the least idea what's on my mind, Kiyoaki said at last. Miss Satoko insulted me terribly. She spoke to me as if I were a mere child. And she as much as said that in everything up to now I have behaved like a foolish little boy. No, in fact, she said it in so many words. She came at me with everything that would hurt me most, as though she had had it all carefully planned. I just don't understand how she could have brought herself to do it. Now I realize that the ride that snowy morning, which was her idea, now I know that I was nothing more than a toy she felt like playing. Kiyoaki paused for a moment. But you have no inkling at all of how things really stood. Tadashina, for example, didn't say anything at all that sounded suspicious. Inuma thought for a while before answering. Well, no, sir. I haven't heard anything. But his awkward pause clung to Kiyoaki's nerves like a vine. You're lying. You do know something. No, sir, I don't. Finally, however the pressure of Kiyoaki's question, Inuma poured out what he had been determined not to reveal. Being able to sense a man's mood is one thing, but to gauge his probable reaction is quite another. He did not realize that his words would strike Kiyoaki with the force of an axe. This is what Mine told me, sir. I'm the only one she told, and I promised faithfully not to breathe a word. Not to breathe a word of it to anyone else. But since it concerns the young master, I think it's best that I tell it. It was on the day of the New Year's family party when Miss Ayakura was here at the house. It's the day your father, the Marquis, is kind enough to invite all your relatives' children here to entertain them, talk to them, and listen to their problems, as you know. And so it came about that your father, the Marquis, had asked Miss Ayakura in a joking way if she didn't have any problems that she wanted to discuss with him. She answered, also apparently as a joke, Yes, as a matter of fact, I have a very serious matter I want to discuss with you, Marquis Matsugae. I wonder I might inquire about your views on education. At this point, I must tell you, sir, that this entire incident was related to Mine by the Marquis as well. Well, so-called bedtime story. These two words caused Inuma inexpressible pain, and so he told it to her in detail, like a bedtime story, laughing a great deal as he did so. And so she told it to me just as he said it happened. At any rate, Miss Ayakura had caught the interest of your father, the Marquis, and he asked, my views on education, you say? And then Miss Ayakura said, well, according to what I've heard from Kiyo, his father seems to be a great advocate of the empirical approach. He told me that you treated him to a guided tour of the world of geishas so that he could learn how best to conduct himself there. And Kiyo seems to be very happy with the results and feeling that he's quite a man. But really, Marquis Matsugae, is it true that you champion the empirical method even at the expense of morality? I understand that the lady asked this awkward question with her usual effortless ease. He himself burst out laughing and then answered, what a difficult question. That's just the sort of thing these moral reform groups ask in their petitions in the Diet. Well, if what Kiyoaki said was true, I could muster something in my defense. But the truth is, Kiyo himself rejected just that very educational opportunity. As you know, he's a late bloomer. He's so fastidious. It's hard to believe he's my son. Certainly I asked him to come with me, but I hardly had the time to open my mouth before he bristled and stalked off in a high dudgeon. But how amusing! Even though that's what actually happened, he made a story so as to have something to boast to you about. However, I'm pained to think that I've raised a boy who would mention the red light district to an aristocrat. No matter how close friends they are, I'll call you in now and let him know how proud I am of his behavior. It might persuade him to go out and have a fling at the geisha house. But Miss Ayakura pleaded with your father, the Marquis, and finally convinced him to give up such a rash idea. And she also made him promise to forget what she had told him. And so he refrained from mentioning it to anyone else out of respect for his word. But he finally told Mine, laughing all the time and obviously very amused by the whole thing. But he gave her a strict warning not to say a word to anyone. Mine is a woman, of course, so she couldn't keep it to herself. She finally told me. I realized that the young master's honor was involved, so I threatened her in no uncertain terms, saying that if this story went any further, I would break off with her at once. She was so shaken by the way I say this, and I don't think there's any danger of this tale spreading. As he listened to this account, Kiyoaki became even paler. He was like a man who was groping wildly in thick fog, striking his head on one obstacle after another, until the fog suddenly lifts about him to reveal a line of white marble columns. The amorphous worry that enveloped him now assumed the shape that was perfectly clear. Despite her denial, Satoko had read his letter after all. It had, of course, dismayed her somewhat, and when she found out at the New Year's family party from the Marquis himself that it was a lie, she became ecstatic and exhilarated over the happiest New Year. Now he understood why she had opened her heart to him passionately and so suddenly at the stable that day, and finally her confidence is at its highest. She had thus been sufficiently emboldened to invite him to go for that ride through the February snow. The revelation did not explain Satoko's tears today, nor the severe tongue lashing that she had given him, but it was abundantly clear that she was a liar from first to last, that she has been laughing at him secretly from beginning to end. No matter how one might try to defend her, it was undeniable that she had taken the sadistic pleasure in his discomfiture. On the one hand, he thought bitterly, she accuses me of behaving like a child. On the other, how obvious it is that she has been behaving as though she wants me to remain that way forever. How shrewd she is! She gives the impression of being a woman who needs to be dependent of the very moment when she's up to one of her unscrupulous tricks. She pretended to worship me, and she was really baby nursing. Overcome as he was by resentment, he did not pause to reflect that it was his letter that began everything, that it was his lie that had initiated the train of events. All that he could see was his very misfortune sprang from Satoko's treachery. She had wounded his pride at the stage in his life, the painful transition between boyhood and manhood, and nothing was more precious to him. Though the affair itself would seem trifling to an adult, as his father's laughter had so clearly demonstrated, it was trifle that nevertheless bore upon his self-esteem, and for Kiyoaki at 19, nothing was more delicate nor more vulnerable. Whether she realized this or not, she had trampled on it, and with an incredible lack of sensitivity. She felt sick with disgrace. Inuma watched his white face in lengthening silence. Silence with compassion, but he didn't realize how punishing a blow he had just delivered. This handsome boy had never missed an opportunity to discomfit him, and now, without the least trace of revenge in his intention, he had crushed Kiyoaki. Furthermore, he had never felt anything so close to affection for him as at this moment, watching him sitting with his head bowed. His thoughts took a still gentler, more affectionate turn. He would help Kiyoaki up and over his bed. If the boy began to cry, he too will cry in sympathy, but when Kiyoaki raised his head, his features were hard and set. There was no trace of tears. His cold, piercing glance banished all Inuma's fantasies. "All right," he said. "You may go now. I'm going to bed." He got to his feet by himself and pushed Inuma towards the door. Chapter 21. Thank you, Mochi Panda, for the follow. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Chapter 21. The next day, Tadashina telephoned repeatedly, but Kiyoaki would not go to the phone. She then asked to speak to Inuma and told him that Miss Satoko wanted at all costs to speak directly with the young master, and would Inuma please convey this to him. Kiyoaki, however, had given him strict instruction, and so he could not act as a mediator. Finally, after a number of calls, Satoko herself telephoned Inuma. The result, however, was the same: his unqualified refusal. The calls kept up for some days, causing no little stir among the housemates. Kiyoaki's response did not vary. At last, Tadashina came in person. Inuma received her at the dark entrance, sat on his heel, and on the entrance of the platform, every fold of his cotton hakama in place, determined not to let Tadashina one step into the house. The young master is absent and so is unable to welcome you. I don't believe that's altogether true. However, if you insist that it is, would you please call Mr. Yamada? Even if you were to see Mr. Yamada, I am afraid that it would make no difference. The young master will not see you. Alright then, if that's the way you feel, I'll just take the liberty of coming in uninvited, and I'll discuss the matter directly with the young master himself. You are, of course, quite free to enter as you like, but he has locked himself in his room, and there is no way of gaining access to him. And then, I presume that your errand is of a rather confidential nature. If you were to disclose it to Yamada, it might give rise to some talk within the house and eventually come to the ears of His Excellency of the Marquis. However, if that prospect does not unduly concern you, Tadashina said nothing. As she glared with loathing at Inuma, she noticed how clearly his pimples stood out. Even in the gloom of the entranceway, she herself stood against the background of the bright spring day, and the pale green tips of the pine branches flashing in the sunlight. Her old face, with its wrinkles barely subdued in the covering layer of white powder, reminded him of the figure painted on crepe. Malice glinted sharply from her eyes, sunk deep into the nest of folded skin. Thank you very much. I presume that even though you are not only following the orders of the young master himself, you must be prepared to take the consequences of addressing yourself to me in such a fashion. Up until now, I have been exercising my ingenuity to some considerable extent on your behalf as well. It would not be wise to depend on it too much, and from now on, please be kind enough to convey my respect to the young master. Some 4 or 5 days later, a thick letter came from Satoko. Usually, Tadashina gave letters for Kiyoaki directly to Inuma, so as to circumvent Yamada. But this time, the letter was placed upon a gold lacquer tray with the family crest and delivered openly by Yamada to Kiyoaki's room. Kiyoaki was at pains to call Inuma to his rooms and show him the unopened letter. Then he told him to open the windows. In his presence, he put the letter into the fire of the hibachi. Inuma watched his white hand darted about in the hibachi, contained the Polonia wood, avoiding the small tongue of flames that flared up from time to time, stirring up the fire whenever the weight of the letter threatened to choke it. Inuma had the feeling that a refined form of crime was being committed before his eyes. Had he helped, he was sure that the thing could have been done more efficiently. But he did not offer to, fearing a refusal. Kiyoaki had called him there to be a witness. Kiyoaki could not avoid the smoke that arose from the smoldering paper, and a tear rolled down his cheek. Inuma had once hoped that hard discipline and tears could help Kiyoaki to achieve a suitable attitude to life. Now he sat looking at the tears that grazed Kiyoaki's cheeks, reddened by the fire. Tears that owed nothing whatever to any efforts of his. Why is it, he wondered, that he always felt helpless in Kiyoaki's presence? One day, about a week later, when his father came home unusually early, Kiyoaki dined for the first time in several weeks with both his parents in the Japanese reception room of the main house. "How time passes!" the Marquis said exuberantly. "Next year you receive the fifth degree, junior grade, and once you have it, I'll have all the servants address you that way." Kiyoaki dreaded his majority, which was looming over him in the coming year. Possibly Satoko's faint influence was at the heart of his wary disinterest at the age of 19 in the prospect of achieving adult status. He had left behind the childhood disposition that makes a boy count the time remaining to the new year on his fingertips and burn with impatience to grow to manhood. He heard his father's words in a cold and somber mood. The meal proceeded according to fixed ritual. His mother with her mask of cat her mother with her mask of classic melancholy and her never failing gentility, his father with his red face and deliberately cheerful scorn for the niceties. Still, being perceptive, he was quick to notice something that surprised him. His parents' eyes met once, though not so. Anyone could say that they were exchanging glances. They seemed to be nothing more afoot than the usual silent conspiracy between the couple. As Kiyoaki looked into his mother's face, her expression wavered slightly and she stumbled for a second over her words. "Now, Kiyoaki, there's something I would like to ask you which you may not be altogether pleasant, though." Sorry. Water. Need water. Though it would be making far too much of things we called it unpleasant, but I would like to know how you feel about it. What is it? Well, the fact is that Miss Satoko has received another wedding proposal, and this time the circumstances are extremely complex and delicate. If it proceeds much further, there can be no question of a free and easy refusal being permissible. As always, Miss Satoko is disinclined to let anyone know how she really feels, but this time I doubt if she would feel like giving an outright refusal as she has done in the past. And then her parents are also disposed in favor. So now, let's say something about you. You and Miss Satoko have been fond of each other ever since you were babies. How about her getting married? You have nothing to say against it? All you have to do now is just tell us how you feel. For if you have an objection, I think it would be most helpful if your father know the exact reason. Kiyoaki answered expressionlessly and without hesitation, without even pausing in the use of his chopsticks. "I have no objection at all. It's something that doesn't concern me in the least." A brief silence followed, after which the Marquis spoke in a tone that indicated how unruffled his good mood was. "Well, now, at this point, it's still possible to go back. If, just for the sake of argument, we were supposed to that you might feel yourself involved somehow, even to the smallest degree, what would you say to that?" "I feel no involvement whatsoever." "I said it was for the sake of argument, didn't I? But if that's the case, well and good. We have long-standing obligation to that family, and therefore I intend to do all I can to help in this matter, and to spare no expense in bringing it to a suitably happy conclusion. Well, at any rate, that's the way things stand. Next month is the Omiya-sama festival, and if things keep progressing at this rate, I imagine that Satoko is going to find herself rather busy and won't be able to take part in it this year. Well, in that case, perhaps it's a good idea not to go to the trouble of inviting her. Well, this is a surprise, said the Marquis, exclaimed with a loud laugh. I had no idea that you were at each other's throats. And the laugh was the end of the discussion. In the final analysis, Kiyoaki was a mystery to his parents. His emotional reactions were quite different from theirs. As often as they had tried to fathom what he was thinking, they had always been frustrated in their efforts, and so they eventually gave up. With regard to the present matter, they even bore the Ayakura some resentment for having educated their son, although they themselves had entrusted them with him. They wondered if the courtly elegance that they had both yearned for did not, after all, consist in precisely the kind of fluctuating moods that made their son so difficult to understand. From a distance, such elegance had an undeniable attraction, but when they were confronted with it in the person of their own son, the effect was an enigma. The Marquis and Marquise, whatever their intrigues, wore their emotions like clothes that were dyed in the vivid primary clothes of the tropics. Kiyoaki's emotions, however, were as subtly complex as a layer upon layer of color in the dresses of the court ladies. They were constantly merging in the drab brown of an autumn leaf, shading into crimson, the crimson dissolving into the green of the bamboo grass. His father was exhausted by the mere attempt at solving the riddles of his own son's moods. He was exhausted by the mere sight of his handsome son's bored indifference and cold silences. He searched for memories of his own youth, but he could not recall any torment that had given rise to this kind of instability that ruled his son. Kiyoaki was like a lake whose clear waters revealed the very pebbles of its bed at the one moment, only to cloud over the next in a sudden squall. After a few moments, the Marquis spoke to Kiyoaki again. By the way, I've been thinking of letting Inuma go fairly soon. Why is that? Kiyoaki asked, looking genuinely surprised for the first time in the evening. This was really unexpected. Well, he's been very faithful to you for a long time, but you have grown up next year, and then he's graduated from the college, so I think it's a good time. There's also a more specific reason. A rather unpleasant rumor about him has come to my attention. What sort of rumor? That his conduct within the house has been quite irregular. Not to mince words, it seems that he has been carrying on with one of the maids, Mine. In the old days, it would have been a matter of my having to cut him down with my own sword. As she listened to her husband's word, the Marquis' calm reserve and was admirable in every aspect. In this matter, she would be her husband's staunch ally. From which did you hear this rumor, father? Kiyoaki persisted. That's irrelevant. Kiyoaki had an immediate vision of Tadashina's face. Yes, in the old days I would have had to cut him down, but times have changed. And then he came here with a fine recommendation from the people at Kagoshima. And I know his old middle school principal, who comes here to give us New Year greetings. It's best to let him go without creating any kind of stir that would damage his future prospects. Not only that, but I want to handle it tactfully so as to make things easy for him. I'll send Mine off on her own too, and then if they are both still in the mood and want to marry, want to marry? Sorry. I'll send Mine off on her own too, and then if they are both still in the mood and want to marry, well and good. I'm willing to find work for him. The main thing is to get him out of the house, so it would be best to handle it in a way that will give him no cause of resentment. That's the best thing. After all, he served you faithfully for such a long time, and we have no complaints about him in that regard. How compassionate you are, and so generous. the Marquise exclaimed. Kiyoaki passed Inuma in the corridor that night, but said nothing to him. As he lay with his head on the pillow, his head was a whirling mass of images. He was faced with the stark realization that from now on he would be alone. He had no friends but Honda, and he told Honda nothing about his immediate problem. He had a dream, and in the midst of it, the thought came to him, and he would never be able to record it in his journal. The events were far too complex and irrational for that. All sorts of faces appeared in it. The snow-covered parade ground of the 3rd Regiment seemed to be spread out before him. There stood Honda, dressed as an officer. Then he thought he saw a flock of peacocks settle suddenly on the snow. Then he saw Satoko. She wore a jeweled necklace, and either side of her stood 2 Siamese princes, holding a golden crown that they were about to place on her head. In another corner, Inuma and Tadashina were having a heated argument. Then he saw their entangled bodies go rolling over the edge and down into a vast gaping chasm. Mine came riding up in a carriage, and his mother and father came out to meet her with obsequious smiles. Then he himself seemed to be sailing on pitching raft over a vast ocean. I'm too involved in my dream world, he thought while he was still in the middle of it. They have spilled over into reality. They are a flood that's sweeping me away. Chapter 22. Prince Harunori, the 3rd son of His Imperial Highness Prince Toin, had recently attained his 25th birthday and generalcy in the Imperial Horse Guards. He had a magnanimous, sturdy nature, and on him rested on his father's hope. To select a bride for such a paragon, his father did not require anyone's meditation, and so a vast array of candidates had been brought directly to the young man's attention. None of these, however, had struck his imperial fancy. Thus the years went by, and just when his imperial parents were at their wits' ends, Marquis Matsugae took a chance and invited them to the cherry blossom celebration at his estate. There, Satoko Ayakura was casually presented to them. The imperial couple were quite taken with her, and when the Ayakuras later received a confidential request for a photograph, they hastily obeyed by sending a picture of her in a formal kimono. When Prince Harunori's parents showed it to him, he did not make his usual derogatory remarks, but stared at it for some considerable time. Satoko's advanced age at 21 became a matter of no consequence. Marquis Matsugae was well aware of the debt he owed the Ayakuras for having taken care of Kiyoaki as a child, and had long been anxious to do something to help the Count's family regain something of its former grandeur. The best way to achieve this, short of a marriage into the imperial immediate family, would be a marriage that united Ayakura with one of the princes, and the flawless lineage of the Ayakuras as a noble Urin family precluded any questions of status being an obstacle. What the Ayakura did lack, however, was the financial means for the incredible expense they would incur in their new position. This ranged from a huge dowry to the money that would have to be disbursed regularly to the traditional seasonal gifts to all the retainers in the imperial household. An appalling sum to consider. The Marquis, nevertheless, were prepared to underwrite the cost in all particulars. With cool composure, Satoko watched the bustle of these events went on around her. There was very little sun in April that year, and as one dark day gave way to another beneath the overcast sky, the fresh imprint of spring faded, to be replaced by the signs of approaching summer. Satoko looked out over the white neglected garden from a bay window of her austere room in the handsome old-fashioned mansion that now retained its pretensions only in its imposing gate. She saw how the camellia blossoms had already fallen and new buds were pushing out from the thick, dark clusters of leaves. The intricate tracery of branches and pointed leaves of pomegranate bristling in the thorns also showed reddish buds that were straining to burst. All of these new buds grew vertically, so the entire garden seemed to be standing on tiptoe and stretching upward to reach the sky. Indeed, every day seems to bring closer to its goal. Tadeshina was deeply concerned that Satoko had become so subdued that she should so often appear lost in thoughts. On the other hand, she listened attentively to her mother and father, and had to all that her mother and father had to say, and followed their wishes as a quiet brook, as quiet wishes as a quiet brook its bank. Jesus Christ. She now accepted everything with a faint smile, and there was no trace of her former willfulness. But behind the screen of gentle compliance, Satoko was hiding an indifference as vast as the grey April sky. One day, early in May, Satoko was invited to the tea at the summer villa of the Imperial Highness, Prince and Princess Toin. Ordinarily, an invitation should have come from the Matsugai by this time of the year to attend the Omiya-sama festival, but although all her hopes were now centered on it, it did not come. In its place, an official of the prince's household appeared bearing the invitation to tea and handed it casually to a steward of the Ayakuras and departed. Despite the semblance of complete naturalness that attended this and similar incidents, they were in fact carefully plotted in the deepest secrecy. And though her parents said little, they were supporting conspirators in their attempt to ensnare Satoko in the complex spell that was steadily being woven around her. The Count and Countess, of course, were also invited to tea at the Toinomiya villa, since it seems that to go in a carriage sent by the prince with all its appropriate trappings would be to create too much of a spectacle. The Ayakuras decided that they would rather ride in one kindly lent by the Marquis Matsugai. The villa, built just a few years before, towards the end of the Meiji era, stood on the outskirts of Yokohama. Had their purpose been different, a trip in this sort would have had the happy carefree spirit of an all too infrequent family outing in the country. For the first time in many days, the weather was pleasant, a good omen cheerfully noted by the Count and his wife. Since the boys' days was approaching, nearly every house they passed along the way had hoisted its cloth and paper cups, one for each son, and they were flapping vigorously vigorously in the stiff south breeze. They ranged in sizes from huge black carp to tiny red ones that looked like goldfish. If 5 or more were hanging from the same staff, they seemed to bunch awkwardly together, unable to swim freely in the powerful current. When the carriage passed one farmhouse on the edge of the mountains, the school of carp above the roof was so vast that the Count was moved to raise a white forefinger to count them from the window. There were 10 in all. "My, what a vigorous sort of fellow!" said the Count with a smile. To Satoko, this remark smacked of a vulgar humor uncharacteristic of her father. The trees along the way bore evidence of remarkable surge of growth in their clusters of new leaves and branches. The mountains were masses of green that ranged from a near yellow to dark tone verging on black. The bright young maple leaves stood out especially against the general outpouring of green that made the whole countryside glitter. "Oh, a bit of dust," the Countess exclaimed, gazing at Satoko's cheek. But just as she reached out with her handkerchief to wipe it off, Satoko drew quickly away, and the speck of dust vanished. It was then that her mother realized that the dust on her daughter's cheek had been no more than a shadow cast by a spot on the window. Satoko gave a wan smile. She didn't find her mother's mistake particularly amusing. She disliked being given a special inspection today, as if she were a bolt of silk intended for a gift. The windows had been kept shut in case the breeze rumpled Satoko's hair, and the interior of the carriage had become unpleasant hot as a result. As it rocked unceasingly and the green of the mountain flashed up in the reflection from the flooded rice paddies beside the road, Satoko could not remember what she was looking forward to with such yearning. On the one hand, she was letting a rash caprice sweep her with an appalling boldness into a course of action which there would be no turning back. On the other, she was waiting for something to intervene. For the moment, there was still time. There was still time. Up until the very last instant, a letter of pardon might come, as she hoped. And then again, she despised the very thought of hope. The Toinomiya villa, a palatial Western-style house, stood on a high cliff overlooking the sea. Stairs carved out of marble led up to its front entrance. As a groom took charge of the horses, the Ayakuras ascended from the carriage and exchanged admiring remarks about the view of the harbor now, which was filled with all sorts of ships. Tea was served on a wide porch that faced south, looking down over the water. It was decorated with a number of luxuriant tropical plants, and on either side of the door that opened onto it hung a pair of giant curving tusks, a gift from the royal court of Siam. Here, the imperial couple welcomed their welcomed their guests. Here, the imperial couple welcomed their guests and cordially offered them chairs. The tea was, of course, in the English manner, complete with a small thin sandwich with some cookies and biscuits, all neatly arranged on a tea table furnished with silverware and engraved with the imperial chrysanthemum. The princess remarked how delightful the recent cherry blossom festival at the Matsugai had been, and then, by and by, her conversation turned into mahjong and nagauta. At home, we still think of Satoko as a child, but we haven't let her play mahjong yet, said the count, wanting to save his silent daughter's embarrassment. "Oh, don't tell me," the princess laughed graciously. "We sometimes spend a whole day playing nothing else when we have time." Satoko could no longer bring up a topic such as the old-fashioned sugoroku and its set of 12 black and white pieces with which they often played. Prince Toin was relaxed and informal today in the European suit. Calling to the count over to the window beside him, he pointed down to the ship below and displayed his knowledge of things nautical as if he were instructing a child. That was an English freighter. That was a ship with a flush deck. That one was a French freighter. See the shelter deck on the one over there, and so on. Judging by the atmosphere, one might as well conclude that the imperial couple were making a rather anxious effort to hit upon some topic congenial to their guests. Hey! Sorry. Sorry. Ayan. Tumada na. Shh. Anything at all. Like, I'm sorry, yeah, my cat is being annoying. Anything at all that sparked a mutual interest, be it sports or wine or anything else, would suffice. Count Ayakura, however, received whatever subject came up with earnest but benign passivity. As for Satoko, she never been so conscious as she was this afternoon of the uselessness of the elegance bred in her by her father's example. Sometimes the Count had a way of foolishly coming up with a stylish joke that had nothing to do with the conversation at hand, but today he was obviously restraining himself. After the. Stop! Sorry. Okay. Sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down. Sometimes the Count had a way of foolishly coming out with a stylish joke that had nothing to do with the conversation at hand, but today he was obviously restraining himself. After some time, Prince Toin glanced at the clock and made a casual remark, as if something had just occurred to him. By a happy coincidence, Harunori will be coming home on leave from his regiment today. Though he's my own son, he has the look about him of a rough sort of fellow, but please don't be upset by it. He's truly quite gentle beneath it all. Soon after he said this, the sound of servants scurrying about at the front entrance heralded the arrival of the young prince. A few moments later, swords clattering, boots squeaking, and the martial figure of His Imperial Highness Prince Harunori appeared on the porch. He greeted his father with a military salute, and the immediate impression he gave Satoko was one of empty dignity. But how obvious the paternal pride of Prince Toin was in this display of military pomp, and how evident the young prince's conviction that he was fulfilling every detail of his father's projected image of him. The truth was that his two older brothers were in fact quite different. Unusually effeminate and sickly, they had been the despair of their imperial father. Today, however, a touch of embarrassment at being confronted for the first time with Satoko's beauty may perhaps have some effect on Prince Harunori's subsequent behavior. At any rate, neither when she was presented to him, nor at any time thereafter did he look at her directly. Though the young prince was not particularly tall, he had an impressive physique. He moved at all times. He moved at all times with an air of importance and decision that lent him a gravity extraordinary in one so young, of all which his father watched, complacent and happy, his eyes narrowed with pleasure. This paternal satisfaction, however, was giving rise to a growing impression among many that Prince Toin himself concealed a certain weakness of will beneath the grand and impressive exterior. As for hobbies, His Imperial Highness Prince Harunori was devoted to his record collection of Western music. This seems to be one of the subjects on which he had opinions of his own. When his mother asked, "Would you play something for us, Harunori?" he was quick to agree and to turn towards the reception room where the phonograph stood. As he did so, Satoko could not resist raising her eyes to watch him. He covered the distance to the door with a long stride, his brilliantly polished black boots sparkling in the sunshine that was pouring in through the porch windows. They were so dazzling that she imagined she could even see the patch of blue sky reflected in them like fragments of blue porcelain. She closed her eyes and waited for the music to begin. She felt the first stirring of ominous premonition, and the faint sound of the phonograph needle falling into place echoed like thunder in her ears. Afterwards, the young prince contributed little to the casual conversation that followed the musical interlude. As the evening approached, the Ayakuras took leave from their host. A week later, the steward of the Prince Toin household came for the Ayakura residence and had a long, detailed discussion with the count. The upshot was a decision to begin formal proceeding for obtaining the emperor's permission for the wedding. Satoko herself was shown in the document, which read, "To His Excellency, the Minister of the Imperial Household, Herein is a humble plea with reference to negotiations concerning a marriage between His Imperial Highness Prince Harunori Toin and Satoko, the daughter of His Excellency Count Korebumi Ayakura, second degree, junior grade, bearer of the Order of Merit, third class, that a petition as to whether such negotiation may proceed in accordance with the imperial pleasure may be vouchsafed to be brought before the imperial throne, ordered upon the 12th day of the 5th month of the era of Taisho. Saburo Yamauchi, steward of the household of His Imperial Household Prince Toin." 3 days later, a response came from the Minister of the Imperial Household to the steward and household of His Imperial Highness Prince Toin, relative to the disposition presented to the officials of the Imperial Household concerning the marriage of His Imperial Highness Prince Harunori Toin and Satoko, the daughter of His Excellency Count Korebumi Ayakura, second degree, junior grade, bearer of the Order of Merit, third class. It is herein acknowledged that a petition destined for presentation to the imperial throne whereby such negotiations may proceed with the imperial pleasure have been duly and properly entered, given this 15th day of the 5th month of the era of Taisho, the Minister of the Imperial Household. And so, with the preliminary formalities observed, the petition for imperial sanction could be presented to the emperor at any time. Chapter 23. Kiyoaki was now his senior year was now in his senior year in oh my god, I can't even start a fucking sentence anymore. Chapter 23, Spring Snow. Kiyoaki was now in his senior year at Pierce. He was to begin his university studies in the coming fall, and there were those in his class who had been busy preparing for the entrance examination for more than 18 months. Honda, however, betrayed no such concern, a fact which pleased Kiyoaki. The spirit of General Nogi lived in the compulsory dormitory regime at Pierce, but its harsh rules did nonetheless contain allowance for those whose health was not up to the demands made on them. Students such as Honda and Kiyoaki, whose families kept them out of dormitories as a matter of policy, were provided with suitable medical certificates from their doctors. Honda, convenient ailment, was put down as valvular heart disease, and Kiyoaki as chronic bronchial catarrh. Their non-existent illnesses were the source of much amusement, at which Honda pretending to be choking for breath and Kiyoaki putting on a hacking cough. There was no real need for pretense because no one believed they were sick. However, the non-commissioned officers in the military science department, all veterans of Russo-Japanese War, vented their hostility by making a point of treating them like invalids. Then, during drill period, the sergeants were fond of interspersing their rhetoric with oblique digs at the shirkers, asking what they used would be in the service of the country if they were too feeble to live under the dormitory regime, and other such questions. Kiyoaki felt deep sympathy for the Siamese princes when he heard that they were to be put in dormitory. He often visited them in their quarters and brought small presents. They felt very close to him, so they took turns pouring out their complaints, lamenting in particular the restrictions on their freedom of movement. The other dormitory students, moreover, being rowdy and insensitive, were not the sort to make friends with. Though Honda had been neglected by Kiyoaki for quite some time, he welcomed him nonchalantly when he came dancing back to him, bold as a sparrow. It was as if he had completely forgotten his disregard of Honda. With the start of the new school term, he seemed to have changed character, now full of forced gaiety, or so it appeared to Honda. Naturally, he made no comment on this, and Kiyoaki himself just as naturally provided no explanation. Kiyoaki was able to congratulate himself for at least one piece of wisdom, and he never let his friend know his innermost feeling. This now spared him any worry that he might appear to have let this woman manipulate him like a foolish child. He realized that this has made him feel secure enough to behave like a carefree, good-humored friend towards Honda. To him, the ultimate proof of his friendship was his desire to avoid disillusioning Honda, to feel easy and unconcerned in his presence, and this desire should more than make up for his countless moments of reserve. He was so cheerful, in fact, that he surprised even himself. At about this time, his parents had begun to talk quite openly and matter-of-factly about the course of negotiation between the Ayakuras and the Toinomiyas. They seemed to take great amusement in recounting incidents such as how even that headstrong girl became so tense that she could not say a word during the carefully arranged meeting with the young prince. Kiyoaki, of course, had no reason to suspect what grief that the incident had caused Satoko. Those who lacked imagination have no choice but to base their conclusion on the reality they see around them. But on the other hand, those who are imaginative have a tendency to build fortified castles they design themselves and to seal them off every window in them. And so it was with Kyo. Well, once the imperial sanction is received, that should settle everything, said his mother. Somehow, he was moved by her words, especially in the phrase imperial sanction. It made him think of a darkened corridor, long and wide, and at the end of the door fastened with a small but impregnable padlock of solid gold. And suddenly, with a noise like grinding of teeth, it opened of its own accord, a metallic raps echoing clearly in his ears. He was full of self-satisfaction that he could remain so calm while his mother and father discussed such matter. He had triumphed over his own rage and despair, and so was relishing a sense of immortality. I never dreamed that I could be so resilient, he thought, never more confident in his life. Once he had been convinced that his parents' unfeeling coarseness was something totally alien to him, but now he took pleasure in the thought that he had not escaped his origins after all. He belonged not among the victims but among the victors. He drew an exquisite pleasure from the thought that day by day Satoko's existence would recede further and further from his mind, that it would finally pass beyond recall. Those who set a votive lantern afloat on the evening tide. Stand on the shore and watch its light growing fainter over the dark surface of the water as they pray that their offering may travel as far as possible and so attain the maximum grace for the dead. In the same way, Kiyoaki looked upon the receding memory of Satoko as the surest vindication of his own strength. Now there was nobody left in this world who was privy to his innermost feelings. No further obstacles would prevent him from disguising his emotion. The servants ever at his elbows with their customary words, "Please leave everything to us. We know just how the young master feels," had been removed. Not only that he was happy to be free of that master conspirator Tadeshina, but also Inuma, whose loyalty had become so intense as to threaten him with suffocation. The last of his irritants were gone. As for his father's dismissal of Inuma, however kindly done, he rationalized his own indifference with the argument that Inuma had brought it upon himself. He made his self-satisfaction complete with a vow faithfully kept, thanks to Tadeshina, never to mention to his father what had happened, and so he had brought everything to a successful conclusion out of his acuity and coldness of heart. The day came for Inuma's departure. When he went to Kiyoaki's room for his formal farewell, he was crying. Kiyoaki could not accept even such grief for what it was. The thought that Inuma was emphasizing his fervently exclusive loyalty to him gave him no pleasure. Inarticulate as ever, Inuma merely stood there crying. By his very silence, he was trying to tell Kiyoaki something. Their relationship had lasted some 7 years, beginning in the spring when Kiyoaki was 12. Since his recollection of his thoughts and feelings at that age were rather vague, he had the general impression that Inuma had always been there for him, there beside him. If his boyhood and youth cast a shadow, that shadow was Inuma, in his sweaty, dark blue splash pattern kimono. The relentless of his discontent, his rancor, his negative attitude to life had all weighed heavily on Kiyoaki, try as he might to feign immunity. On the other hand, however, the dark woe in Inuma's eyes had served to warn him against those very same attitudes in himself. Although they were normal enough in youth, Inuma particular demons had tormented him with manifest violence, and the more he wanted his young master to emulate him, the more Kiyoaki had shied off in the opposite direction. A predictable turns of events. Psychologically, Kiyoaki had probably taken the first step towards today's parting when he had broken the power that had dominated him for so long. In turn, thank you for the follow. We did it. We hit 200. Oh wait, no, sorry. Sorry, I wish it's 200, but yes. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the 100. 180, I mean. Thank you. Now we are going to try to hit 190. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. We hit 180. We're gonna go further now. Yay. Sorry. Okay, let's continue. Okay. Welcome to my chat. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 180, 190 next. We can do it, guys. I mean, I can do it if I stream more. Alright. My god, where am I? Where was I? Shit. Their mutual understanding was probably too deep for master and retainer. As Inuma stood before him with his bowed head, the chest hair escaping from the neck of his blue kimono glistened faintly, caught in a ray of the evening sun. Kiyoaki stared gloomily at this matted tangle, depressed at the realization of what distastefully coarse and heavy vessel Inuma's flesh made for his overpowering spirit of loyalty. It was, in fact, a direct physical affront. Even the glow on Inuma's rough skin, pimpled cheeks, mottled and unhealthy as it was, had something shameless about it that seemed to taunt Kiyoaki and with Mine's devotion. Mine who was living with Inuma, ready to share his fate. Nothing could be more insulting. The young master betrayed by a woman and left to grief, the retainer believing in a woman's fidelity and going off triumphant. Inuma, moreover, was quite secure in the conviction that today's farewell had come about in the line of a duty, a presumption that Kiyoaki had found galling. However, deciding that noblesse oblige was the best course, he spoke humanely, if curtly. So then, once you're on your own, I presume you'll marry Mine? Yes, sir. Since your father was gracious enough to suggest it, that's exactly what I shall do. Well then, let me know the date. I must send you a present. Thank you very much, sir. Once you have a permanent home, send me a note with your address. Who knows? Perhaps I might come and see you sometime. I cannot imagine anything that would give me a greater pleasure than a visit from the young master. But wherever I live, it will be too small and dirty to fit a place to receive you. Don't worry about that. How gracious of you to say so. And Inuma began to cry again. He pulled a piece of coarse tissue paper from his kimono and blew his nose. During this exchange, Kiyoaki had chosen every word with care and an eye to its suitability for an occasion before smoothly giving voice to it. He made it patently clear that in a situation such as this, the emptiest words were those that aroused the strongest emotion. He professed to live for sentiment alone, but circumstances now compelled him to learn the politics of the intellect. This was an education that he would apply to his own life with profit from time to time. He was learning to use sentiment as a protective armor and how best to polish it. Devoid of worry or annoyance, free of all anxiety, Kiyoaki at 19 liked to see himself as a cold and supremely capable young man. He felt that he was now past some watershed in the course of his life. After Inuma gone, he stood at the open window, gazing down at the beautiful reflection of the maple hill with its fresh green mantle of new leaves. As it floated on the water of the pond close to the window itself, the foliage of the Zelkova was so thick that he had to lean out in order to see the place at the bottom of the hill where the last of 9 waterfalls plunged into its pool. All around the edge of the pond, the surface was covered with clusters of pale green water shields. The yellow water lilies had not yet flowered, but in the angles of the stone bridge that zigzagged a path close to the main reception room, irises were pushing their purples and white blossoms out from the sharp-pointed clusters of green leaves. His eyes were caught in the iridescent black of the beetle that had been standing on the windowsill but was now advancing steadily into his room. 2 reddish-purple stripes ran the length of its brilliant oval shell of green and gold. Now it waved its antenna cautiously as it began inching its way forward in its tiny hacksaw legs, which reminded Kiyoaki of minuscule jeweler's blade. In the midst of time dissolving whirlpool, how absurd that this tiny dot of richly concentrated brilliance should endure in its secure world of its own. As he watched, he gradually became fascinated. Little by little, the beetle kept edging its glittering body closer to him as its pointless progress were a lesson that when traversing a world of unceasing flux, the only thing of importance was to radiate beauty. Suppose he were to assess his protective armor of sentiment in such terms, was it aesthetically as naturally striking as that of this beetle, and was it tough enough to be as good as a shield as the beetle's? At the moment, he almost persuaded himself that all its surrounding leafy trees, blue skies, clouds, tiled roof were there purely to serve this beetle, which in itself was the very hub, the very nucleus of the universe. The atmosphere of the Omiya-sama festival was not the same as in the previous years. Thank you. I'll see you soon. The atmosphere of the Omiya-sama festival was not the same as the previous years. For one thing, Inuma was gone. Every year, long before the day of the festival, he had thrown himself into the task of cleaning up, and had done the arranging of the altar and chairs all by himself. Now, it had all fallen to Yamada, and was the more unwelcome for being without precedent. Furthermore, it was work more befitting a younger man. In addition, Satoko had not been invited. There was thus the sense of someone was missing from the group of relative customary present. But more significant than that, for Satoko was not really a relative after all. None of the women there were remotely as beautiful as she. The gods themselves seemed to view the altered circumstances with displeasure. Midway through the ceremony, the sky darkened and the thunder rumbled in the distance. The women who had been following the priest's prayers were thrown into a fluster, worried that they might caught in a shower. Fortunately, however, when the time came for the young priestesses in their scarlet hakama to distribute the sacred offering of wine to everyone, the sky lightened again. As the women bowed their heads, the bright sunshine on their napes of the necks drew beads of sweat despite the heavy coating of the white powder. At the moment, the clusters of wisteria blossoms on the trellis cast deep shadows that fell like a benediction on those in the back rows. Had Inuma been present, the atmosphere of this year's festival would doubtless have angered him, since each year brought less reverence and mourning for Kiyoaki's grandfather. He now seemed to have been relegated to a vanished era, especially since the death of the Meiji Emperor himself, and so he had become a distant god who had no connection at all with the modern world. True, his widow, Kiyoaki's grandmother, took part in the ceremony, as did a number of other old people. Their tears, however, seemed to have dried up long ago. Each year, as the painfully long ceremony went on, the women whispering grew steadily louder. The Marquis did not go out of his way to manifest disapproval. He himself was finding observation more tedious year by year, and he was hopeful of finding some way of making it a bit more cheerful and less depressing for himself. During ritual, his eyes was drawn to a young priestess whose pronounced Okinawan features were all the more striking under the heavy white makeup. As she held the earthenware vessel filled with the sacred wine, he was fascinated by the reflection of her bold, dark eyes on the surface of the liquid. As soon as the ceremony was over, he rushed over to his cousin, who was not only an admiral, but also a drinker of no small fame. Apparently made a vulgar joke about the priestess, for the admiral's laugh was so loud and crude that it drew a number of stares. The Marquise, however, knowing how appropriate her mask of classic melancholy was to today's affair, did not alter her expression in the slightest. Kiyoaki, meanwhile, was otherwise occupied. The women of the household, and the whole vast array of them, many of whom he did not even know by name, were, were crowded together in the luxuriant shade of the late spring wisteria. They were whispering among themselves, their air of reverence vanishing with each passing moment. Their faces were expressionless, empty even of sadness, and they stood dutifully grouped according to their instructions, waiting until they could disband once more, and full of heavy, sluggish reluctance, the sultry atmosphere that shrouded these women with white faces as blank as the moon at midday had profound effect on Kiyoaki. Beyond a doubt, much of it had to do with their scent, from which there were no excluding Satoko herself. And this was something that even the Shinto priest, armed with the sacred sakaki branch of its weight of glossy dark green leaves and its string of white paper pendants, would have been hard to put to exercise. Water? Chapter 24. Kiyoaki drew comfort from the peace of mind that comes with loss. In his heart, he always preferred the actuality of loss to the fear of it. He had lost Satoko, and with that he was content. For by now, he had learned how to quiet even his subsequent resentment. Every show of feeling was now governed with a marvelous economy. If a candle has burned brilliantly, but now stand alone in the dark with its flame extinguished, it no longer fear that its substance will dissolve into hot wax. For the first time in his life, Kiyoaki came to realize the healing powers of solitude. The rainy season had begun. Kiyoaki, like a recuperating invalid who cannot resist endangering his health despite his fears, began to test his emotional stability by deliberately provoking memories of Satoko. He would open his album and look at the pictures. He saw himself as an infant, standing next to Satoko beneath the pagoda tree on the Ayakura estate. Both of them were wrapped in children's white pinafores, and he took satisfaction in having been taller than she was, even at that early age. Count Ayakura, who was a superb calligrapher, had taken great pains to instruct the two children according to Tadamichi Fujiwara's Hosho Tempo school of writing. Sometimes, when they tired of their usual exercises, he had rekindled their interest by letting them take turns copying verses from the Okura 100 Poets card game onto a scroll. Kiyoaki had written a verse of Shigeyuki Minamoto. I feel the wind's keen force as waves break over rocks, worn down by loneliness, a dream of days gone by. Below it, Satoko had written a verse by Yoshinobu Onakatomi. When the day gives way to night, and guards kindle fires, the thought of other times come alive within me. The childishness of his writing was apparent at a glance, but Satoko's was flowing and precise, so much so that the brush hardly seemed to have been wielded by a little girl. In fact, he rarely opened his scroll simply because he did not relish being confronted with the too unhappy evidence of how much Satoko, 2 years older than he, had surpassed him even then. Now, however, as he studied writing with a measure of objectivity, he felt that his own scrawl had a boyish vigor that made a pleasing contrast with the refined elegance of Satoko's smooth, flowing script. But then, there was more to it than that. The very thought of himself that day, boldly setting down the tips of his writing brush, heavy with ink, against the fine gold-flecked paper on the scroll, was enough to evoke the entire scene. with force of with the force of vivid immediately. At that time, Satoko's long, thick hair was cut straight across the brow. She was bent over on the scroll. She kept the handle of the writing brush tightly in her slim, delicate fingers, concentrating with such passion that she was oblivious to the mass of the hair poured down on her shoulder in a jet-black cascade, nearly flooding the scroll itself. Her small white teeth bit ruthlessly into her lower lip, and although she was just a little girl, her nose was already well formed in her profile that stood out with sweet determination against the torrent of her falling hair. Kiyoaki watched as if in a dream. Then there was the ink that smelled dark and solemn, and the sound made by the tip of the brush as it raced over the surface of the scroll, like the wind rustling through bamboo grass. And finally there was the sea. The well of the inkstone was the sea, and above it rose the hill with the strange name. This sea fell away so sharply from its shore, and it gave not so much of a glimpse of its shallow bed, the still black sea, even without a single wave, a sea spangled with gold powder fallen from ink stick, always made him think of the rays of the moon fragmented on night sea of eternity. I can even enjoy memories of my past, and it doesn't bother me at all, he thought in silent boast. Satoko did not even appear in his dreams. If he caught a glimpse of a figure in his sleep that seemed to resemble her, the woman quickly turned her back and disappeared. But then the scene was most often a broad crossroads in the midday, totally deserted. One day, at school, Prince Patanadit asked Kiyoaki a favor. Would he please return the ring from Maki Matsugai and put it in a deposit box for him? General rumor had it that the two princes had not made a very favorable impression at school. The language barrier presented an understandable obstacle in their studies, but more than that, there could be nothing resembling friendly banter between them and their fellow students, who became impatient with the princes and as a result kept them at a respectful distance. Furthermore, being simple and boorish, the classmates were apparently quite put off by the smiles that the princess produced on all occasions. It had been the foreign minister's idea that they live in the student dormitory, a decision Kiyoaki heard that created considerable anxiety for the dormitory prefect, since his was the responsibility for deciding upon specific arrangement made for them. He gave them their own room, furnished with best beds available as befitted royalty. That he made every effort to promote good relations between them and the other students. But as the days went, the princes tended to isolate themselves more and more in their own little castle, frequently missing exercises like reveal and group calisthenics. The estrangement between them and the others thus grew more pronounced. Then there were good reasons for this. The preparatory period of less than 6 months following their arrival was inadequate for the princes to have learned Japanese, even if they had applied themselves far more seriously than they had done. And then, even in English classes, where their ability should have been an advantage, the system of translating from English to Japanese and from Japanese to English thoroughly confused them. Since Marquis Matsugai had arranged to have Patanadit's ring placed in his personal vault in the Itsu Bank, Kiyoaki had to return home to get his father's seal before going to the bank to reclaim the ring. It was nearly evening before he returned to the piers and went to the prince's room. It was a typical dry day in the midst of rainy season, overcast and humid, a day that was perfectly attuned to the frustration of the two princes, who were longing for the sparkling summer weather that was still beyond reach, though it seemed close enough. The dormitory itself, a rough frame, one-story building surrounded by trees, seems to be sealed in all gloom in its own. The shouts, the shouts coming from directions of the athletic fields indicated that rugby set practice was still in full swing. Kiyoaki hated the idealistic cries that rose from those young throats. His classmates' rough and ready relationships, their untried humanism, their constant jokes and puns, their never faltering reverence for the talent of Rodin and the perfection of Cezanne, they were no more than modern equivalent of the old traditional shouts of Kendo. And so, hoarse in voice and reeking in youth like green paulownia leaves, they went about wearing their arrogance as much as the ancient courtiers wore their tall caps. Life for the two princes was extremely difficult, having to swim in the midst of this riptide of old and new. When Kiyoaki thought about this, he rose above his own preoccupations and now was able, out of a new generosity, to sympathize with them. He walked down a dark, rough-finished corridor of the dormitory towards the prince's room at the end of it, selected with such care, stopping in front of a battered old door which hung a wooden rectangle with their names on it. He knocked lightly. The princes were overjoyed to see him, as though he had come as a savior. He had always felt much closer to the serious and somewhat dreamy Patanadit, Chao Pi, but in recent months Crisada too, once so frivolous and carefree, had become subdued. The two of them now spent much of their time here in their own room, whispering to each other in their native language. The room, bare of all decorations, was furnished austerely, with 2 beds, 2 desks, and 2 cupboards for their clothing. The building itself was redolent of the barracks atmosphere so prized by General Nogi. The blank white expanse of wall above the paneling, however, was relieved by a small shelf holding a golden Buddha, before which the princes performed their worship morning and evening. The altar lent the hint of the exotic to the room. Wrinkled, rain-spotted muslin curtains hung at the window. Now, with the approach of darkness, the smiling prince's teeth gleamed white against their dark skin and deep tans. They offered Kiyoaki a seat on the edge of their beds and then eagerly asked to see the ring. Its brilliant green emerald, guarded on either side by the fierce beast hands of the yaksha, glowed richly in complete contrast of the atmosphere in the room. With an exclamation of happiness, Chao Pi took the ring and slipped it to his dark, slender finger, thin and supple, on a hand that seemed created for caresses. It made Kiyoaki think of a warm tropical moonbeam stretching a slender finger through a crack in the door and striking a mosaic floor. Now Ying-chan had finally returned to my touch, Chao Pi said, heaving a melancholy sigh. In months gone by, such a reaction would have provoked Prince Crisada to make fun of his cousin, but now he searched through the drawer of his own clothes cupboard and took out the picture of his sister, which he had carefully hidden between layers of shirt. In this school, he said nearly in tears, even if you tell them it's a picture of your own sister, they make a joke about you if you put it on your desk. That's why we hide Ying-chan's picture in here. Chao Pi was soon able to explain to Kiyoaki that no letter from Princess Ying-chan had come for more than 2 months. He had made inquiries about this at the Siamese legation, but had not received a satisfactory answer. Moreover, the prince's brother, Prince Crisada himself, had had no word from her. If something happened to her, if she had fallen ill, he would normally have been informed by a telegram. Chao Pi's imagination was exacerbated by the thought of what her family might be hiding even from her brother. It might well be that she was being pushed into another marriage, one that held greater political advantage. The very idea was enough to plunge him into gloom. Tomorrow, he thought, there might be a letter, but even if there were, What unhappiness might it not contain? With such thoughts preying on his mind, he was in no state to study, since he had no other consolation. All he could think of was the return of the ring that had been parting present from the princess, and his intensity of longing became focused on its emerald, which shone with the brilliant green of the jungle at first light. It now seemed that Chao Pi had become oblivious to Kiyoaki as he stretched out his finger that bore the emerald ring and rested it on the desk beside the picture of Yin Chan that Prince Crisada had placed there. He seemed to be about to make an effort of will that would not only dissolve the barriers of time and space but merge two separate lives into one. When Prince Crisada turned on the light that hung from the ceiling, the picture glass caught the reflection of the emerald on Chao Pi's finger, and a square of vivid green glowed on the white lace of the princess' bodice. "Look at that! How does that strike you?" Chao Pi asked in English, in a bemused tone of voice. "Doesn't it seem as though her heart were a green flame? Perhaps it's the cold green heart of a small green snake, with a minute of flora in it. The kind of small green snake that slithers from branch to branch in the jungle, passing itself off as a vine. What's more, perhaps, when she gave me the ring with such gentle, loving expression, she wanted me to draw such a meaning from it some day." "No, Chao Pi, that's utter nonsense," Prince Crisada cut in sharply. "Don't be angry, Cree. I don't mean to insult your sister for a moment. All I'm trying to do is find words for the strangeness of a lover's existence. Let me put it this way. Although she is here in this picture, it shows her only as she was at a certain moment in the past. But I feel that here in the emerald that she gave me when we parted is her soul, just as she is right now at this moment. In my mind, the emerald and the picture of her body were separated. But look now, the two are united. Even when we are with someone we love, we are foolish enough to think of her body and soul as being separate. Although I'm apart from her right now, I may be in a much better position than I was to appreciate the structure of the single crystal that is Yin Chan. Separation is painful, but so its opposite. And if being together brings joy, then it's only proper that separation should do the same on its own way. What do you think, Matsugae? As for me, I've always wanted to know the secret that enables love to evade the bonds of time and space as if magic. To stand before the person we love is not the same as loving her true self, for we are only apt to regard her physical beauty in the indispensable mode of her existence. When time and space intervene, it is possible to be deceived by both, but on the other hand, it is equally possible to draw twice as close to her real self. Kiyoaki had no idea how profound the prince's philosophy was intended to be, but he listened intently. Many of his words in fact strike home. As for Satoko, Kiyoaki believed that he had now indeed drawn that much closer to her real self. He saw quite clearly that what he had loved had not been the real Satoko. But what proof did he have of that? Wasn't he liable to be deceived twice over? And wasn't the Satoko that he once loved again the real Satoko after all? He shook his head slightly, almost unconsciously. Then suddenly he remembered the dream in which the face of a strangely beautiful girl had appeared in Chao Pi's emerald ring. Who was that woman? Satoko? Yin-chan? Whom he had never seen? Someone else, perhaps? Well, anyway, will it ever be summer? Prince Crisada said sadly, gazing out of the window at the grove of the trees surrounding the dormitory. The three boys
could see the lights burning in the other dormitory buildings as they flickered through the trees, and they also heard shouting and loud conversation coming from various directions. It was time for the dining room to open for the evening meal. One student making his way along path through the grove was burlesquing an ancient song to the raucous laughter of his companions. The prince's eyes widened as though in fear that at any moment monsters of the mountains or rivers would appear out of the darkness. Kiyoaki return of the ring on this occasion was led to an unpleasant incident. A few days later, there was a telephone call from Tadeshina. The maid informed Kiyoaki that he did not go to the phone. Another call came next day. He did not accept the phone either. The calls unsettled him to some extent, but he fell back on his established rule. He put Satoko out of his mind and concentrated on the anger Tadeshina's rudeness provoked in him. All he had to do was to think about the cunning, lying old woman who had deceived him outrageously time and time again, and consequent fury was strong enough to outweigh any slight misgivings he might have had about not going to the phone. 3 days passed. It was well into the rainy season, and it poured without let up. When Kiyoaki came back from school, Yamada came up to him carrying a lacquered tray and a respectfully presented letter that lay face down upon it. Glancing it, he was startled to see that Tadeshina had brazenly put her name on it. The thick, oversized envelope had been carefully sealed. To go by the feel of it, it was a letter. So was the letter inside. He felt afraid that if he left it to himself, he might not be able to restrain himself from opening the letter. So, steeling himself to act deliberately, he tore it to shreds intentionally in front of Yamada and ordered him to dispose of what was left of it. He knew that if he threw it into the waste basket in his own room, he would be tempted to take it out and reassemble the fragments. Yamada's eyes flickered with surprise behind the glasses, but he said not a word. A few more days passed. The matter of the torn-up letter began to weigh on Kiyoaki, and his reaction took the form of anger. This was more than mere irritation that supposedly trivial letter should have such power to unsettle him. What was agonizing was the realization, impossible to ignore, that he now regretted the decision not to open it. At first, he had been able to regard the letter's destruction as proof of his strength of will, but in retrospect, he was now beset by the feeling that on the contrary, he had acted out of sheer cowardice. When he had torn up the thick, plain white envelope, his fingers had encountered stiff resistance, as though the letter had perhaps been written on paper reinforced, though with tough linen fiber. But it was not the paper's composition that mattered. He now realized that it had not been for his burst of willpower, it would have been impossible for him to tear it up. Why should he be afraid? He had no desire to be painfully involved with Satoko again. He hated the very thought of being re-enveloped in that fragrant haze of anxiety that she could conjure at will, especially now that he had finally achieved command over himself again. But despite all this, when he had been ripping up the thick letter, he had had the feeling that he was tearing a gash in Satoko's skin with its soft white glow. On his way back from school, one torrid Saturday afternoon, during an unseasonal break in the wet weather, he noticed a hum of activity at the entrance of the main house. The grooms had prepared one of the carriages and now loading it with bulky package, whose purple silk wrapping immediately identified it as a present. The horses were twitching their ears, and a bright stream of saliva dropped from their mouth as they gaped to reveal yellow teeth. In the hot sunlight, their dark coat glistened as if smeared with grease. and their throbbing vein stood out on their necks beneath the fine thick coats. Just as he was about to go up the steps into the house, his mother appeared dressed in bulky ceremonial robes marked with the family crest. "Hello," he said. "Oh, welcome home. I'm just on my way to the Ayakuras to extend my congratulations." Congratulations for what? Since his mother disliked discussing important matters in front of the servants, she did not answer at once. But what drew Kiyohagi over the dark corner of the wide entrance, next to an umbrella stand, before beginning to speak in a low voice? "This morning, the imperial sanction was graciously granted at last. Would you like to go with me?" Before her son replied, the Marquis noticed that her words had caused a flash of grim pleasure in his eyes. Naturally, she did not have the time to reflect what it meant. Furthermore, her next words there by the doorway were eloquent proof of how little she had derived from the moment. "After all, a joyful event is a joyful event," she said, her mask of classic melancholy on her face. "So no matter how badly you are at odds with her..." Yeah, my cat is being really... "After all, a joyful event is a joyful event," she said, her mask of classic melancholy on her face. "So no matter how badly you are at odds with her, the only correct thing to do on such an occasion is to be polite and offer your congratulations. Please send my regards. I'm not going to go." He stood at the entrance and watched his mother leave. The horse's hooves scattered the gravel with a noise like a sudden sorry noise like a sudden squall, and the gold crest of the Matsugai on the carriage seemed to quiver in the air as it flashed through the pines that stood in front of the house as the vehicle disappeared. Their mistress had gone, and could sense the consequent relaxation of the servants. The tension in their muscles dissolved with a fall, like a noiseless snowslide. He turned back towards the house, so empty without either master or mistress. The servants, their eyes cast down, stood waiting for him to enter. At the moment, he was certain that he was holding the seed of problem immense enough to feel the vast emptiness in the building. Without bothering to glance at the servant, he went inside and hurried down the corridor, anxious not to waste a single moment reaching his room, where he could seal himself off from the rest of the world. His heart was beating with a strange excitement, and he was feverishly hot. The solemn words "imperial sanction" seemed suspended before his eyes. The imperial sanction had been graciously granted. Tadeshina's repeated phone calls, the bulky letters, they must have represented a last desperate flurry before it came. Their object had been clearly to obtain his forgiveness, to be relieved of a feeling of guilt. All that day he let his imagination run loose. He was oblivious of the outside world. The clear, calm mirror of his soul has now been shattered. There was turmoil in his heart that churned with the force of tropical storm. He was now shaken by a violent passion that bore no trace of the melancholy that had been such a part of his feeble precursors. But what emotion now had him in its grip? It must be called delight. But it was a delight so irrational, so passionate, that it was almost unearthly. If one were to ask what was its cause, the only possible answer would be that it sprang from an impossibility, a sheer impossibility. Just as a string of koto cut by a sharp blade yields an abrupt poignant note, so the tie that bound him to Satoko had been cut by the shining blade of the imperial sanction. In the midst of this unwavering consistency, this was something that he dreamed of and hoped for in secret ever since he had begun to grow out of boyhood. To be more precise, the dream had begun to form in the moment when she had looked up. When he had looked up from Princess Kasuga's train and had been dazzled by the nape of her white neck with its peerless beauty, forever unattainable. That instant certainly foreshadowed today's fulfillment of his hope. Absolutely impossibility. Kiyoaki himself had helped to bring it about, a single-mindedly shaping event to the pattern of his every caprice, his every twist of feeling. But what kind of joy was it? Something in it obsessed him. There was something sinister, ominously threatening about it. Long time ago, he had resolved to recognize his emotion as his only guiding truth and to live his life accordingly, even if this meant a deliberate aimlessness. That principle had now been brought to him to his present sinister feeling of joy, which seems to be brink of a racing, plunging whirlpool. There seemed to be nothing left but to throw himself into it. He thought once again to himself and Satoko all those years before, copying verses from the hundreds of poets during their writing days. He bent over the scroll, trying to inhale a trace of Satoko's fragrance that might have remained from that day 14 years earlier. As he did so, he caught a sort of scent incense that was not far removed from mildew, something faint and so distant that still evoked such powerful nostalgia that he felt he had laid bare the source of all of his emotion. So aimless, that at the same time so impetuous. Each piece of the Empress's confection, the prize for winning Sugoroku, had been molded into the form of the imperial crest. Whenever his small teeth had bitten into crimson chrysanthemum, the color of this petal had intensified before melting away, and at the touch of his tongue and the delicately etched line of a cool white chrysanthemum had blurred and dissolved into a sweet liquid. Everything came back to him, the dark rooms of the Ayakura's mansions, the court screens brought from Kyoto with the patterns of autumn flowers, the solemn stillness of the night, Satoko's mouth opening in a slight yawn half hidden behind her sweep of black hair. Everything came back just as he experienced it then, and in all its lonely elegance. But he realized that he was slowly now admitting one idea that he had never dared entertain before. Chapter 25. Something sounded within Kiyoaki, that trumpet call. I love Satoko. And no matter how he viewed this feeling, he was unable to fault its validity, even though he had never experienced anything like it before. Then, a further revelation released the flood of desire he had pent up so long. Elegance, disregard prohibitions, even the most severe. His sexual impulses, so diffident until now, had been lacking just such a powerful impulse. It had taken so much time and effort to find his role in life. Now, at last, I am sure I do love Satoko, he told himself. At the last possibility of fulfilling the love was proof enough that he was right in his conviction. He could not stay still. He rose from his chair, then sat down again. His thoughts had always been preponderantly preponderantly melancholy and anxious. But now he was swept with with a surge of youthful energy. He felt that everything previous had been mere delusions. He had allowed his sensitivity and melancholy to dominate, smother him. Opening the window, he took a deep breath as he stood looking out at the pond, whose surface glinted in the bright sunshine. He smelled the strong, fresh odor of the Zelkovas. In the midst of the clouds that was massed to one side of the maple hill, he noticed a hint of brightness that told him that summer had come at last. His cheeks were hot and his eyes bright. He had become a new person. Whatever this might hold in store, he was at least 19 years old. Chapter 26. He gave himself over to passionate daydreams while he waited impatiently for his mother to return from the Ayakuras. Her presence did not fit with his plans at all. Finally, he could not wait any longer and took off his school uniform, dressing in Satsuma splash kimono and hakama. Then he called one of the servants and told him to have a rickshaw waiting for him. Following his plans, he left the rickshaw at Aoyama 6 Chome, which was the terminus of the streetcar that went to Roppongi. He boarded it and rode to the end of the line. Around the corner of Roppongi, at the turn of the Torizaka, there were 3 huge Zelkova trees, the remainder of the 6 that had given to Roppongi or 6 trees district to its name. Beneath them, just as in old times, there were streetcars in Tokyo, a big placard with rickshaw stand scrawled on it, fastened to a post, and the rickshaw men in conical wicker hats, short jackets, and blue trousers were gathered waiting for customers. Kiyoaki caught one of them, immediately handed him an exorbitant tip, and told him to take him at once to the Ayakura mansion, which was no more than a few minutes away on foot. The old-fashioned Ayakura gate would not admit the Matsugai's English carriage, and so if it were still wait. Thank you. Thank you. And if it were still waiting outside, with the gate open, he would know that his mother was still there. However, if it were gone and the gate closed, he could safely assume that he had already fulfilled her ceremonious obligation and left. When the rickshaw passed the gate, he saw that it was shut. And in the road in front, he recognized the marks left by a carriage. He instructed the rickshawman to take him back to the top of the Torizaka, where he sent him back on foot for Tadeshina, while he remained behind, making use of the cover provided by the rickshaw. As it turned out, he had a long wait. Through an opening in the side of the rickshaw, he watched the setting ray of summer sun flood the new leaves clustered in the tips of the branches. It seemed to be slowly submerging them in liquid brilliance. A giant chestnut towered above the red brick wall. A red brick wall that ran along the edge of the slope of Torizaka. Its very topmost leaves made him think of white bird's nest decorated with loosely woven crown of white flowers tipped with pink. Then, all at once, he was thinking of that snowy morning in February, and for no reason, he was shaken by the violent waves of excitement. But nevertheless, his intention was not to force an immediate meeting with Satoko, for since passion had now found a definite course, he was no longer vulnerable to each new unrushed emotion. Tadeshina came out of a side entrance, followed by a rickshaw man. When she reached the rickshaw, Kiyoaki pushed back its top to reveal his face, and so startled her that she could only stand there gaping up at him. He reached down, seized her hand, and jerked her up into the rickshaw. I have something to tell you. Let's go somewhere we can talk safely. But master, this is such a shock. The Marquis, your mother just took her leave just a few minutes ago. Then tonight we're preparing for an informal celebration. I'm really so busy. Never mind. Hurry up and tell the boy where to go. Since Kiyoaki kept a firm grip of her hand, she had no choice but to comply. Go towards Kasumicho, she told the rickshaw man. Near number 3, there's a road going downhill that turns forward to the main gate at 3rd Regiment Barracks. Please take us just to the bottom of the slope. The rickshaw lurched forward and Tadeshina stared straight ahead with desperate concentration, nervously smoothing back a stray hair. This was the first time he had been so close to this old woman with a thick mass of white powder, and the experience was far from pleasant. Yet he could not help but notice that she was tinier than she had imagined, hardly more than a dwarf in fact. Buffeted by the shaking rickshaw, she kept up a mumbled stream of protest that he could only barely understand. It's too late. It's too late. No matter what, it's just too late. And then, if only you had sent one word of answer before this happened. Oh, why? Kiyoaki said nothing. And so she finally said something about their destination just before they got there. A distant relative of mine runs an inn for soldiers near there. It's not a very presentable place, but an annex is always available, and it will permit me to hear whatever the young master wishes to say in confidence. Tomorrow was Sunday, when Roppongi would be transformed suddenly into a bustling garrison district, its street full of khaki uniformed soldiers, many out strolling with their visiting families. But it was still Saturday afternoon, and this transformation was yet to take place, and the rickshaw carried him along through the street along the Tadeshina's destination. He had the feeling that on that snowy morning too, he and Satoko had passed first this spot and just another. Just as he became convinced that he remembered the slope they were following, Tadeshina told the man to stop. They were in front of an inn at the foot of the slope. The main wing was 2 stories high, and although it had neither gate or entranceway, it was surrounded by good-sized garden enclosed with broad fence. Standing outside this fence, Tadeshina glanced up at the second floor of this rough wooden structure. It showed no signs of life. The 6 glass doors facing the front were shut, and none of the interior were visible. The low-quality panes in the lattice doors mirrored the evening sky in their own warped fashion, even catching the reflection of the carpenter working on an adjacent roof and distorting his image as though it were lying across water. The sky itself bore a watery image, as seen there, tinged with melancholy of a lake at evening time. It would of course be awkward if the soldiers were back, but only officers take rooms here, Tadeshina said as she pushed open a close-work lattice door behind which there hung a plaque of goddess of children. She then called out to announce their presence. A tall, white-haired man was on the verge of an old age appeared. Ah, Miss Tadeshina, please come in, he said with something of a squeaky voice. Is the annex available? Yes, of course. So the 3 of them went down to the back hallway to the rear of the inn, entered a small room perhaps 10 feet square, the kind used for assignation. I can't stay very long though, said Tadeshina. Besides, being alone like this with such a handsome young man, I don't know what people would say. Suddenly, she was speaking casually and coquettishly, addressing herself to both Kiyoaki and the old innkeeper. The room was suspiciously tidy. A small scroll suitable for a tea ceremony room hung in the little alcove, and There was lit- there was even a sliding Genji screen. The atmosphere was different from what one would expect from the exterior, that of a cheap inn frequently frequented by the army. What then do you so kindly wish to communicate with me? Tadashina asked as soon as the innkeeper withdrew. When Kiyoaki did not answer, she repeated her question, making no further effort to hide her irritation. What is it all about? And why choose this day of all days? Because it's appropriate. I want you to arrange a meeting between me and Satoko. What do you mean, young master? It's too late. After what's happened, how can you ask such a thing? From now on, there's nothing more to be done. Everything must be subordinated to the Emperor's pleasure. And now this? After all those phone calls and letters I sent? You didn't see fit to give us any reply whatsoever. And today you make a request like this? It's not a joking matter. Just remember this. Everything that happened was your fault, said Kiyoaki with such dignity as he could muster, staring at the veins that throbbed under the white powder caking Tadashina's forehead. Angrily, he accused her of having allowed Satoko to read his letter and then lie about it brazenly, and then having it spread malicious gossip that had lost him his faithful retainer Inuma. Tadashina finally contrived to burst into tears and apologized abjectly on her knees. She then pulled some tissue paper from the sleeve of her kimono and began to wipe her eyes, rubbing away the white powder around them to reveal pink webs of wrinkles over her cheekbones, unmistakably proof of mortality. There was hardly any difference in texture between the wrinkled skin and the crumpled, rouge-smeared piece of tissue. Finally, staring into thin air, she began to talk. It is true. It's all my fault. I know that no amount of apology can make up for what I have done, but I should apologize more to my mistress than to you. Tadashina's grievous failure was not communicating to the young master exactly how Miss Satoko has felt. Everything that I had planned carefully, thinking it for the best, had failed terribly. Please be kind enough to bear with me for a moment, young master. Imagine Miss Satoko distressed when she read your letter, and think what effort of courage it cost her not to show any sign of it when she met you, and then after she has decided to take my advice and put the direct question to His Excellency your father. Imagine how profoundly relieved she was to learn the truth from him at the family New Year's party. And that after that, morning, noon and night, she thought of nothing but the young master, until she finally went as far as to issue the invitation to ride through the snow that morning. Whatever embarrassment it cost her as a woman, for some time after that she was happy every day, and even whispered your name at night in her sleep. But then she realized that through the kindness of His Excellency of the Marquis, she was going to receive a proposal from the imperial family itself, and though she was counting on your courageous decision and had staked all her hopes on it, you didn't say a word, young master, and just let things go on. Miss Satoko's anxiety and suffering became unspeakable. Finally, when the granting of the imperial sanction was becoming imminent, she said that as a last hope, she wanted to tell the young master how she felt. Despite all my pleas, she decided to write a letter under my name. And now that the hope too is dead, Miss Satoko was just coming to consider it all as a thing in the past. And so your demand today is a piece of cruelty. As you know, my mistress was brought up since childhood to revere the wishes of His Imperial Majesty the Emperor. We cannot expect her to go back on her word now. It's too late. It's simply too late. If your anger is unappeased, hit Tadashina, kick her, do whatever it's necessary to quiet your heart. But there's no other solution. It's just too late. Listening to Tadashina's speech, a thrill of joy went through him like a knife. Yet at the same time he felt somehow that he knew it all already, that he was hearing things repeated that was quite clear to him in his heart. He was now finding himself possessed of an acute wisdom he had never suspected before. Thus armed, he felt strong enough to overcome all that the world had to offer to him in the way of obstacles. His eyes were full of fire of youth. She read the letter I begged her to destroy, he said to himself. So why shouldn't I resurrect the letters of hers that I destroy? He stared wordlessly, fixed at the little old lady with white powdered face. Once more she dabbed her reddened eye with a piece of tissue paper. The room was growing steadily darker on the onset evening. Her hunched shoulders seemed so frail that he was sure that if he grabs her suddenly, the bones would give way with a hollow crack. It's not too late, but it is. It's not. I wondered what would happen if I were to show Miss Satoko's last letter to the Prince family, especially when one considers that it was written after the formal request for the imperial sanction. Suddenly, at these words, the blood suddenly drained from Tadeshina's face. Neither said anything for a long time. It was no longer the rays of setting sun, but light from the second floor room of the main wing that lit up in the shadows. The lodgers were returning, and the occasional flash of khaki uniform at the window. Outside the fenced bean-curd cellar sounded his bugle. The evening air was characterized by the mild warmth like flannel and the few summer days that comes before the final end of rainy season. From time to time, Tadeshina whispered something to herself which Kiyoaki heard only in snatches. This is why I tried to stop her. This is why I said not to do it. She was evidently muttering about having opposed Satoko's writing that final letter. He maintained his silence with increasing confidence that he held the winning hand. A wild animal seemed to be gradually, if invisible, rearing his head within him. Very well, said Tadeshina. I will arrange just one meeting. And now, the young master, I trust, be kind enough to return the letter. Splendid, but the meeting itself is not enough, he answered. I want the two of us to be alone together without you being there. And as for the letter, I will return afterwards. Chapter 27. Three days went by. The rain did not cease. After class, Kiyoaki went to the boarding house in Kasumicho, hiding his school uniform under a raincoat. He had received a message from Tadeshina that today would be Satoko's sole opportunity to escape from the house, since both of her parents would be away. Even after being shown to the back room of the boarding house by the innkeeper, Kiyoaki felt hesitant about removing his raincoat. Noticing this, he poured out his tea. The owner reassured him. Please feel quite comfortable, sir. There's no cause for concern with someone like me who has renounced the world. The innkeeper left him. He looked around the room and noticed that a bamboo blind was now covering the window through which he had looked up at the second floor of the main wing last time. The windows had been shut to keep out the rain, and a damp, oppressive heat filled the room. When he idly opened the lacquered box on the desk, its inside was covered with drops of moisture. He knew that Satoko had arrived when he heard the rustle of clothing and the sound of whispers coming from the side of the Genji sliding door. The panel opened, and Tadeshina made him a deep bow. Then, without a word, she led Satoko into the room and quickly shut the panel. Before it slid into the place, her upturned eyes momentarily flashed white in sultry midday gloom of the hallway like a squid. Satoko sat down on the tatami floor in front of Kiyoaki, her knees primed together. Her head was bent, and she hid her face with a handkerchief, letting the other hand rest on the floor. Her body was turned sideways, so the nape of her neck shone white like a small lake that one sometimes came upon the mountains. He sat facing her in silence, feeling as though They were both submerged in the rain falling in the roof. He could hardly believe that the moment has finally come. Satoko was bereft of words, and he himself had brought her to this. It had been his most fervent hope to see her reduced to this state, robbed of the power had given her by her greater age, to drop those little homilies that she had been so fond of, capable of nothing but silent tears. At this moment, she held an irresistible attraction for him in her kimono, the color of white wisteria, but it was not merely that of a rich prize finally within his grasp. It was the lure of the forbidden, the utterly unattainable, the proscribed. He wanted her this way and no other, and herself, on the other hand, had always wanted him to keep off the balance by playing games. How things have changed now! Could have chosen this beautiful, sacred, inviolable, violable position at any time, but she always preferred the false role of an elder sister, cherishing him with that affectionate condescension that he so hated. He realized why he had objected so strongly when his father had proposed to give him an introduction to the pleasures of the women of Yoshiwara had to offer. Just as one can discern the stirring of a dark green chrysalis inside a cocoon, he had always foreseen the gradual distillation of ineffable sacred essence in Satoko, and he could give his purity to that essence alone. From that moment on, a dawn of unimaginable brilliance would begin to flood the world in black, inchoate melancholy in which he had imprisoned himself. The elegance that he had absorbed from his infancy under the Count Ayakura's tutelage now became silken cord in his hand, a noose for his innocence and Satoko's sanctity. Now at last he has found a valid use for those shining robes whose suppose had puzzled him for so long. He was sure that he loved Satoko, and so he edged forward on his knees and grabs her by her shoulders. He felt then tense in resistance. This firm rebuff to his fingers delighted him. It was resistance of a grand scale, a ritual of resistance with cosmic significance. The soft shoulders that aroused such desire in him were opposing him with force that drew on his weight of imperial sanction. For this very reason, it had the remarkable power to drive him mad, making his fingertips ache with feverish desire. Her fragrant jet black hair, carefully dressed and piled lightly above her forehead, had a full-bodied gloss. Glimpsed so briefly at close range, it made him think of being lost in a forest on a bright moonlit night. He put his face close to one wet cheek that had escaped the protection of her handkerchief. Still wordless, she began to shake her head in an attempt to ward him off, but her struggles were so mechanical that he knew they were not heartfelt, but imposed from the outside. She pushed aside the handkerchief and tried to kiss her, whereas his lips had been willing on the snowy February morning. They resisted fiercely now, and finally she ducked her head and, like a sleeping fledgling, froze with her chin burrowed in the neck of the kimono. The drumming of the grain grew louder. Maintaining her grip on her, he paused to assess the strength of her defenses. Her kimono, its neckband embroidered with the design of summer thistles, and chastely gathered at the throat, revealing a tiny triangle of skin. Her white tight-right obi was cold and hard to the touch, like the door bearing entrance to a sanctuary, and in the center there gleamed a golden clipped, like an ornamental head of spike in the pillar of a temple courtyard. Nevertheless, her body gave off a warm scent of flesh, passing through the inner sleeve towards her shoulders and escaped from the white kimono sleeve and a warm breeze against his cheek. He took one hand from her back and gripped her chin firmly. It fitted where it smoothly as a small, rounded ivory chessman. Her nose was wet with tears, and her delicate nostrils flared. He was thus able to kiss her properly, but suddenly she seemed consumed by a mysterious fire, much to the flame of the stove. More fiercely, when the door is open, both her hands are now free, and she pressed them against Kiyoaki's cheek, pushing hard against him, but her lips remained on his, even though she tried to thrust him away. As a result of her resistance, however, her lips, with an incredible liquid smoothness that intoxicated him, kept twisting one way and then the other against his own. The firm edge of her resolve was melting away like a lump of sugar in hot tea, and now a wonderfully sweet dissolution had begun. He had no idea how to unfasten a woman's obi. Its tightly fastened flared bow at the back defied the efforts of his fingers, but he groped blindly, trying to undo it by force. She reached behind her, and while giving every sign that she was trying desperately to check his bumbling efforts, she subtly guided them to a more profitable direction. Their fingers their fingers played tangled for a few moments in its fold, and then its clip suddenly gave way. The obi uncoiled in a rustle of silk and sprang away from her body as though it had life on her own. It was the beginning of a confused riot of uncontrollable movements. Her entire kimono swirled in revolt as he tore frantically at the folds of her silk that bound her breast, rebuffed at every turn by a whole network of straps that tightened as others came loose. And then right before his eye, he saw the tiny, well-guarded triangle of white below her throat, spread into rich and fragrant expanse of skin. She did not actually utter a word of protest. There was nothing to prove whether it was silent resistance or silent seduction. She seemed to be drawing him on the same time, at the same time as she was fighting him off. He sensed, however, that strength underlying his assault upon her sacred inviolability was not wholly his own. But what was its source then? As he looked at her face, it gradually flooded crimson, and her desire was unmistakable. He had one hand under her back to support her, and he felt her lean on it more strongly, though with shy subtlety, until, as if giving up all hope of resistance, she fell back on the floor. She parted her skirts of the kimono and began pushing aside the printed silk of a Yuzen underskirt in dazzling tangle of fretted patterns and brilliant phoenixes soaring above stylized cloud formations. A distant vision of her thighs wrapped in those folds after folds of silk threw him on as he fought his way through more and more layers of the clouds. Some secret hidden core was cunningly maintained. The complex arrangement with which he was struggling with, and the key to it kept eluding him as his breath grew harsher and more irregular. Finally, however, he was drawing closer to her body, slowly lowering himself into her thigh, which had the faint sheen of pale dawn horizon. When she raised her hands and gently helped him, the intended kindness ruined the moment. For the instant when he merged with the dawn, whether he was touching her or not, it all ended abruptly. The two lay side by side on the tatami floor, staring up at the ceiling. The rain had finally become torrential. The rain had become torrential again, and was beating the roof. The pounding of their hearts had scarcely subsided. Kiyoaki felt an exaltation that eroded not only his momentary exhaustion but even the realization that something had come to an end. However, a lingering sense of shared regret still hung over them, as palpable as the shadows now gradually forming in the darkening room. He thought that he heard the faint sound of an old woman clearing her throat on the other side of the Genji panel. As he about to sit up, however, Satoko reached over to stop him with a gentle grasp of his shoulder. And then, without a word, he dispelled every vestige of regret. He was delighted to follow her lead. From that moment on, there was nothing he could not forgive her. He was young. His desire quickly revived, And this time she was receptive. Everything went smoothly. Under her sure feminine guidance, he sensed that for the first time every barrier was gone, and he had found himself in a rich new world. In the heat of the room that he had found himself already stripped off the last of his clothes, now he felt the immediacy of flesh on flesh, firm but yielding, and the resistance of water and clinging plants to the advancing prow of the boat. He saw that there was no trace of distress in her face. She was now even smiling faintly, but this gave him no misgiving now. His heart was completely at rest. Afterwards, he took her, rumpled in his arm, pressed his cheek against hers, feeling the wetness of fresh tears. He knew that these were tears of joy, but still nothing could ever convey silence in their mutual consciousness of having committed unpardonable sin than her tears quietly rolling down his cheek as well as her own. For Kiyoaki, however, this sense of sin increased in his already rising courage. "Here," she said, picking up his shirt. It won't do for you to catch cold." Just as he was about to snatch it roughly from her, she checked on him for a moment and pressed the shirt to her face with a deep breath. Then she handed it to him. It was wet with tears. When he had put on his school uniform and finished dressing, he was startled by the sudden sound of the clapping her hand. Then, after a significant pause, the Genji panel slid open a fraction. Tadeshina's head appeared. "Did you call me, Miss Satoko?" Satoko nodded and with a quick glance indicated her obi, which was lying on the floor with a tangle around her. Tadeshina slid the door shut behind her and edged across the tatami floor to Satoko without looking at Kiyoaki's direction. She helped her mistress to dress and fasten her obi. Then she brought over the mirror from a corner of the room and began to arrange Satoko's hair. Meanwhile, Kiyoaki was in acute embarrassment at a loss to what he should do. So, while the two women performed their long drawn-out ritual in the now lighted room, he felt quite superfluous. When everything was finally in order, Satoko, more beautiful than ever, sat down with a drooping head. "I'm afraid, young master, that we have to go now." The old woman, "The promise I made has been kept. From now on, please, I beg you, try to forget Miss Satoko. And now, if you'll be so kind, please return the letter as you promised." Kiyoaki sat cross-legged in silence. He did not answer. "As you promised, would you please return the letter?" Tadeshina asked again. Kiyoaki remained silent, as if he were deaf. He was staring at Satoko, who sat calmly without a single hair out of place and her beautiful kimono in perfect order. All at once, she raised her eyes. They met Kiyoaki's. A brilliant, piercing flash passed between them, and in that instant, he knew just how she felt. "I'm not returning the letter, because I want to meet her again, just like this," he said, drawing out his new courage. "Young master!" Tadeshina made no attempt to hide her anger. "What do you think will happen? Only a spoiled child will say such a thing. You know what terrible things will come, don't you? It's not just Tadeshina who will be destroyed." Then Satoko stopped her, her voice so composed, so otherworldly, that the sound of it sent chills down his spine. "It's all right, Tadeshina. Until Master Kiyo wishes to return the letter, there's nothing we can do but to agree to keep meeting him. There's no other way to save you, both you and me. That is, if you intend to save me too." Chapter 28. Why does it go on forever? Kiyoaki's visit to his house to confide in him in such a detail was so rare an event that Honda not only asked his mother to invite his guests to stay for dinner, but even went so far as to forego the work for the entrance examinations that formerly occupied his entire evening. The mere prospect of Kiyoaki's arrival somehow charged the sedate atmosphere of the house with expectancy. throughout the day of the sun. Sorry. Throughout the day, the sun, engulfed in cloud, had shone like white gold, and now in the evening, the sultry heat it had left behind was not appreciably diminished. As they sat talking with two young men, wore light summer kimonos with kasuri pattern. Honda had had some sort of premonition about Kiyoaki's visit, but it had by no means prepared for him for what was to come. As soon as Kiyoaki began to speak, Honda was startled to realize that the young man sitting beside him on the old leather couch along the wall of the reception room was someone radically different from the Kiyoaki he had known before. He had never seen eyes flash so openly. They were unmistakably the eyes of a worldly adult. But Honda had a lingering regret for the melancholy look and the downcast eye that he had grown used to in his friend. Despite this, however, he was delighted that Kiyoaki had chosen to confide in him without reservation what was the secret of the gravest consequence. Honda had been hoping for a gesture like this for a long time, but it had come without a slightest urging on his part. On reflection, he realized that Kiyoaki had kept his secret even from his friend as they had concerned nothing but his own inner struggles. But now that it was a matter of reputation and serious wrongdoing, he had poured it all out in an impetuous flood of words. Considering the gravity of confession and limitless trust it implied, Kiyoaki could hardly have given him greater cause. As he studied his friend, he found Kiyoaki noticeably matured, and some of the beauty that had belonged to the face of an irresolute young boy had gone from his features. They now shone with the determination of a passionate young lover, and his words, gesture, were free of any hint of reluctance and uncertainty. He was the very image of a man proud of his conquest. As he told his story to Honda, his cheeks glowed with color, his teeth gleamed. His voice was firm and clear, although he paused shyly at times, and there was gallantry evident even in the set of his eyes. Almost nothing seemed more alien to him than introspection, or so struck Honda, whether because the tale came so abruptly to an end, or because of the incoherence of his outpouring. Listening to you, the oddest thing came to my mind. Why? I don't know, said Honda. One day, when we were talking, I'm not sure when it was you asked me if I remember anything from the Russo-Japanese War, and then afterwards, then we were at your house and you showed me a collection of war photographs, and I remember telling me that you like the one you liked best had written under it vicinity of Tokuri Temple Memorial Service of the War Dead. A strange picture in which all the soldiers look as if they had been assembled like actors in a huge pageant. At the time, it struck me as an odd preference for you, since you had little taste for anything that smacked military. But at any rate, as I was listening just now, the memory of that dusty plain in the picture came to my mind, and somehow seems to fuse with your beautiful love story. But at any Honda had managed to surprise himself. He was startled not only by the obscurity of what he had said and the fervor with which he had said it, but also by the admiration he felt for Kiyoaki's wanton disregard of commandment and precept. He, Honda, who had long ago decided to become a man of the law. Two servants entered with a small table with their diners had been placed. His mother had arranged things like this so that the two of them can talk and eat as friends without constraint. A sake bottle stood on either table, and Honda offered him some. Mother was rather worried. He didn't know how well you would take the food to be served, seeing you are accustomed to such luxuries, he remarked, turning the conversation to something more commonplace. He was happy to see Kiyoaki starting to eat though. In fact, he found the food much to his liking. So for a little while, the two young men stopped talking and gave themselves over to the healthy pleasures of eating. Enjoying the further brief silence that usually follows a good meal, Honda asked himself why, after hearing his classmate confess to a romantic an exploit, he had felt so happy about it without a twinge of envy or jealousy. He was refreshed by it. Okay. He was refreshed by the way a lakeside garden is imperceptibly steeped in moisture during the rainy season. Well then, what do you intend to do? He asked, breaking the silence. I don't have the least of idea. I'm slow off the mark, but once I get started, I'm not the type to stop halfway. Honda stared at him wide-eyed. He had never dreamed that he would ever hear Kiyoaki say something like this. You mean you want to marry me, Satoko? That's out of the question. The sanction has already been granted. But you have already violated the sanction. Why can't you marry her then? Couldn't the two of you run away, go abroad and get married? You just don't understand. Why can't... you just don't understand, he answered. Then he lapsed into silence. For the very first time that day, Honda noticed a trail of old melancholy in the lines of sudden appeared between his eyebrows. Perhaps he has been expecting as much, but now that he has seen it, he felt a slight uneasiness cast a shadow over his own mood of exhilaration. As he sat staring at his friend's handsome profile, whose fine and delicate line would defeat all but the most skillful artist, he wondered just what it was that Kiyoaki hoped to get from life. He felt a shudder through him. Kiyoaki picked up his strawberries, got up from the couch and sat down in front of the scrupulously thick desk where Honda worked. He propped his elbows down on its austere surface and casually began to swing the swivel chair from side to side. As he did so, he put his weight on his elbow and restlessly eased the posture of his head and torso, his bare chest showing at the neck of his loose-fitting kimono. Then, after arming himself with a toothpick, he began slightly spearing the strawberries with one by one and popping them into his mouth. It was a display of relaxed bad manners that showed how glad he was to escape the strict decorum of his own home. He spilled some sugar, which dropped down onto his light-skinned chest, but he brushed it off with no sign of embarrassment. You're going to attract ants, you know, he said Honda, laughing through a mouthful of strawberries. Kiyoaki delicate eyelids, usually too pale, were now diffused with color thanks to the sake he had drunk. As he kept turning the swivel chair from side to side, his bare flush forearm still propped on the desk, he had happened to move too far in one direction, and his body was oddly twisted. It was just as if he had suddenly been stricken by some vague pain of which he himself was unaware. There was no mistaking the faraway look in those eyes beneath their fine, graceful eyebrows. But Honda was well aware of their flashing glance was not directed towards the future. Unlike his usual self, he had cruel desires to inflict his growing uneasiness on his friend, an urgent impulse to pretend to raise his own hand to destroy Kiyoaki's all too recent sense of happiness. Well, what are you going to do? Have you even thought about what will happen to this? What will come to this? Kiyoaki raised his eyebrows, looked at him steadily. Honda had never seen a gaze with such burning eagerness and yet such gloom. Why must I think about it? Because all those people around you and Miss Satoko are moving slowly but inexorably towards a denouement. You don't think the two of you can hover forever in mid-air like two dragonflies making love? I know we can't, Kiyoaki replied, breaking off the exchange, casually glancing elsewhere. He gave himself ever to an examination of shadows in the various nooks and crannies of the room, such as the intricate patterns beneath the bookcase, and the ones beside the wicker wastepaper basket. Those elusive little shadows crept into Honda's plain and functional study night after night, insidious as human emotions to lurk wherever they can find a cover. As Honda watched him, he was struck by the prominence of his graceful eyebrows. They were like shadows themselves, bent into elegant bows. They seemed to be an embodiment of emotion, yet nevertheless had had force enough to check in expression. He imagined them guarding in the dark, brooding eyes, loyally following their master's glance wherever it went, the zealous servant with impeccable training. Honda decided to come out directly with something that had been form taking form in the corner of his mind. A bit earlier, he said, I said something very odd. I mean, about thinking about the picture from the Russo-Japanese War while you are telling me about you and Miss Satoko. I wonder why that came to me, and now I've given it a little bit more thought. I think I have an answer. The age of glorious wars ended with the Meiji era. Today, all the stories of the past wars have sunk to the level of those edifying accounts we hear from middle-aged non-coms in the military science department, or the boast of the farmers around a hot stone. There isn't much chance now to die on the battlefield. But now that all wars are finished, a new kind of war had just begun. This is just the era of the war of emotions, the kind of war that no one can see, only feel. A war, therefore, that the dull and insensitive won't even notice. But it began in earnest. The young men who have been chosen to wage it have already begun to fight, and you are one of them. And there's no doubt about that. And just as the old wars, there will be casualties in the war of emotions, I think. It's the fate of our age, and you are one of the representatives. So what about it then? You are fully resolved to die in this new war, am I right? Kiyoaki's answer was a flickering smile. At that moment, a strong breeze, heavy with the rain dampness, found its way through the window and in passing cooled their foreheads, which were covered in a light film of sweat. Honda was perplexed at Kiyoaki's silence. Was his answer so obvious that no reply was necessary? Or had his words really struck a responsive chord in his friend, while his way of putting them had been so extravagant that there was no way for him to answer frankly? He thought that it had to be one way or the other. Okay, one last chapter, then we're gonna end the stream. Hello. Thank you for coming. Okay, chapter 29. 3 days later, when 2 cancelled classes gave Honda free afternoon, he went to watch the district court in session, accompanied by a law student who was one of the family's houseboy. It had been raining since morning. Honda's father was the justice of the Supreme Court, and even within his own family, was a strict observer of the principles. He was greatly pleased by the promise shown by the 19-year-old son, who had applied himself to the law even before entering college. His father thus felt confident enough to conclude that his son would eventually succeed him. Up to this year, the office of the judge had been for life, but the previous April, a large-scale reform of the juridical system had been put into effect. As a result, more than 200 judges had been laid off or requested to hand in their resignation. Justice Honda, wanting to show his solidarity with his unfortunate old friends, had offered his own resignation, but it had not been accepted. The experience, however, seemed to have marked a turning point in his life, or in his views on life, which in their turn affected what had been a rather formal relationship with his son. From then on, he brought to it a warmth of generosity that resembled the affection shown by a high official to the subordinate he had selected to succeed him. Honda himself was determined to work harder than ever at his study to try to be worthy of such unprecedented favor. One of his one result of his father's changed views was that he permitted his son to attend court sessions even though he was not yet an adult. He did not, of course, go as far as to let him come into his own court, but he gave him permission to watch whatever civil or criminal cases he liked, as long as he was accompanied by the young retainer who was also a law student. His father explained to Shigekuni that since all his familiarity with the law came from books, it would be extremely valuable for him to come in contact with the actual process of law in Japan and to experience it in a practical level. Justice Honda had more than this in his mind, however. Truth be told, his main concern was to expose his still sensitive 19-year-old son to those elements of human existence that were dredged up in their shockingly sordid reality in criminal court. He wanted to see what Shigekuni was able to draw from such an experience. It was such a dangerous education. Still, when the justice considered the greater danger of allowing a young man to form his character out of an assimilation from careless popular behavior, cheap entertainment, and so on, from whatever might please or appeal to his immature taste, he felt confident of the advantages of this educational experiment. There was a good chance that it would at least make Shigekuni acutely aware of the stern and watchful eye of the law. He would see all the amorphous, steaming, filthy detritus of human passions processed right there, then and there, according to impersonal recipes of the law. Standing by in such a kitchen should teach Shigekuni a great deal about technique. Honda hurried through the dark corridors of the courthouse on his way to the 8th District Criminal Court, a route lit only by the faint light that filtered through the rain soaking the ravaged grass of the quadrangle. The pervasive atmosphere of this building had absorbed the raw essence of the criminal spirit. The place struck him as altogether too sinister for the place of reason it was supposed to be. His depression still clung to him after he and his companion had taken their seats in the courtroom. He glanced at the highly strung law student who had conducted him here with such anxious haste and was now engrossed in the case book he had brought with him, as though he had completely forgotten his master's son. Then he brought the same listless gaze on the still empty judge's bench, and then the public prosecutor's desk, the witness stand, the defense attorney's desk, and so on. Such universal emptiness struck him as being expressive in his own spiritual state on this damned humid afternoon. So young and lethargic, as though he had been born to sit and stare like this ever since Kiyoaki had confided in him. Shigekuni, who have been bright and confident, as befitted such a young able man, had undergone a change, or rather the friendship between him and Kiyoaki had undergone a strange reversal. For years, each of them had been extremely careful not to intrude in no way on the personal life of each other. But now, just 3 days before, Kiyoaki had suddenly come to him like a newly cured patient transmitting the disease to someone else, had passed on to him the virus of introspection. It had taken so readily that Honda's disposition now seemed so far better host to it than Kiyoaki's. The first major symptom of this disease was a vague sense of apprehension. What was Kiyoaki to do, he wondered. Was it right for himself, as Kiyoaki's friend, to do nothing more than sit by idly and let things take their course? Well, He waited for the court session to begin at 1:30. He sat engrossed in the reflection provoked by his anxiety, his mind far from the hearings of the court that he had come to attend. If I were really to act as a true friend, he thought, wouldn't it be best to persuade him to try and forget Miss Satoko? Up until now, I thought it was best as his friend to pretend not to notice even if he were in his death agonies, out of respect for the elegance of his. But now he has told me everything, as he did the other day. Shouldn't I interfere, as I have the right to do in ordinary friendship, and do my best to save him from any clear danger that's threatening him? Moreover, I shouldn't hold back, even if it makes him so resentful that he breaks our friendship. In 10 or 20 years, he'll understand why I did it. And even if he never understands it, it should make no difference. There should be no doubt that he's heading straight for tragedy. It would be beautiful, of course, but should he throw his whole life away as a sacrificial offering to such a fleeting beauty, like a bird in a flight glimpse from a window? I know I have what I have to do. From now on, I have got to put aside all the niceties and behave like an insensitive and imperceptive friend. And whether he likes it or not, I've got to do something to pour cold water on the raging passion of his. I've got to use every ounce of my strength to prevent him from fulfilling his destiny. Guys, I'm like really dying from reading now. I think my voice has changed. The feverish rush of thoughts made Honda's head ache with the effort they caused. He no longer felt able to sit there patiently and wait for the start of the hearings, in which he had lost all interest. He wanted to leave at once, rush to Kiyoaki's house and pour out every argument of his command to persuade him to change his mind, and the frustration of realizing that this was impossible caused a new upsurge in anxiety that increased his discomfiture. He glanced around and noticed that all the seats had been filled. Now he understood why the houseboy had brought him here so early. Among those present were young men who looked like law students, drab middle-aged men and women, and newspaper reporters with armbands that were coming and going with great show of urgency. He watched as those who had been drawn by nothing more than base curiosity hid their interest behind masks of sober propriety, stroking their moustache and passing the time with great genteel wave of fan, or using the long nails of their little fingers to dig sulfur-colored deposits out of the ears. It was an instructive sight, and one that, more than anything been seen previously, opened his eyes to moral ugliness of the belief of, oh, I'm in no danger of ever committing a sin. Whatever the future might hold, he was determined to never fall prey to that kind of attitude. The windows were shut against the rain. They admitted a dull, flat light that lay over all spectators indifferently, like a coat of grey dust. Only the shiny black visors of the guards' caps were exempt from it. The entrance of the defendant set up a flurry of comment, flanked by two guards and dressed in blue prison uniform. She made her way to the dock. He tried to get a look at her as she passed, but there was so much jostling and neck craning going on among the spectators that he could do little more than catch a glimpse of her plump white cheeks with conspicuous dimples. Then, after she had entered the dock, all she could see was her hair being pulled back in cylindrical bun worn by female prisoners. Although She hunched forward respectfully. He noticed that there was little signs of nervous strain in the way her plump shoulders were set beneath her uniform. The defense lawyer had already come in, and now everyone was waiting for the public prosecutor and the judge himself. Just take a look at her, young master. Would you think that she's a murderess? Said the young law student, whispering in his ear. It's true that what they say about not being able to tell a book by its cover. The court trial began, and with the presiding judge putting the usual questions on the accused about name, age, and social status. The courtroom was so hushed that Honda imagined he could hear the busy shriek of the recorder's writing brush. 2-5, Nihonbashi Ward, Tokyo City, a commoner, Tomi Masuda. The woman replied in a voice that was so clear and steady but so low that the crowd of spectators pricked up their ears and leaned forward as one afraid of missing something when the testimony reached matters that were crucial. The responses came smoothly enough when the accused came by her age, and that, whether intentionally or not, she hesitated. After some urging of her lawyer, she shook herself and said loud in a louder voice, I'm 31. At that moment, she turned her head towards the lawyer and Honda caught a glimpse of her profile, her eyes wide and clear and a few stray hairs brushing his cheek. The spectators stared at this small woman in fascination, as if she might perhaps have the translucent body of silkworm that is somehow excreted a thread of inconceivable complexity and evil. Her slightest movement made them imagine the sweat marks on the armpits of her uniform and her nipples tight with fear. The lines of her buttocks rather too full, dull, and little cold. This body had spun threads without number until they were finally wrapping her up in a sinister cocoon. For the spectators, there had to be a peculiar intimate correspondence between her body and her crime, and they would be dissatisfied with anything else. For the average man, driven as he is by lurid fantasies, there's almost nothing more deliciously titillating than the contemplation from a safe distance of evil laid out in its cause and effect. Had the woman been thin, her very thinness would have been embodied this for them. But since she was plump, her plumpness served as well, and so satisfied that she was nothing less than evil incarnate, they eagerly exercised the harmless powers of imagination, fastening with delight on every detail down to the very beads of sweat, and they were sure covered her breast. Honda's scruples would not let him follow thoughts of the crowds, although they were quite clear to him despite youth. He focused his entire attention on the testimony of the defendant and answered the judge's question. Her account was now getting to the matter of the issue. Her way of telling things was tedious and confused, and it was clear enough that the chain of events leading up to this crime of passion had unfolded relentlessly in a manner that led inevitably to the tragedy. When did you start living with Matsukichi Hijikata? It was last year, Your Honor. I remember it being, well, June the 5th. Her retentive memory made the spectators laugh, but the guards quieted them at once. Tomi Masuda was a waitress who had become enamored of a cook named Matsukichi Hijikata who worked at the same restaurant. The man was a widower who had recently lost his wife. Spurred by affection, she had begun to take care of him, and previous year they had started to live together. Hijikata, however, gave no sign that he wanted to make the arrangement official, and in fact, after they had set up housekeeping, he became more and more energetic in his pursuit of other women. Then, towards the end of the previous year, he had taken up
with a maid who worked at the inn called Kishimoto in the same Hama district. Though Hide, the maid, was only 20, there was little she did not know about men. As a result, about Hijikata's nights away from home became more and more frequent. Finally, this spring, Tommy had gone to confront Hide and plead her to leave her man alone. Hide had treated her with contempt, and Tommy, unable to control her rage, killed her. It was, in brief, a triangle that ended in violence, a common affair of the streets with no particularly distinguishing feature. Yet, under the close scrutiny of the court hearing, many undoubtedly authentic and totally unpredictable elements come to light. The woman who had found herself with a fatherless child, now 8 years old, who had been left in the care of a relative in her home village, but she had asked them to send him to Tokyo so that he could have the benefit of a better school system. But although he had hoped to use the boy as an inducement to Hijikata to settle down, Tommy, even as a mother, had already embarked on a course that would force her to become a murderess. And now, her testimony came to the events that night. No, Your Honor. If only Hide had not been there that night, everything would have been alright. I know that this whole thing just wouldn't have happened. If she had had a cold or something that night, and I had been in bed when I went to Kishimoto to see her, everything would have been alright. The knife that I used was the one that Matsukichi used to cut sashimi. He was a man who takes real pride in his work, and he has all kinds of good knives. To me, these are like a samurai sword, he keeps saying, and he never lets any of the women at work touch them, but always sharpens them carefully himself. But about the time I started to get jealous of Hide, he hid them all away somewhere, thinking it was dangerous. When I realized the way his mind was working, it made me angry. After that, I used to make jokes about it every day. Pretending to threaten him, I would say, I don't need any of your knives. There are plenty of others around and I can lay my hands on, you know. Then one day, after Matsukichi hasn't been home for a long time, I was cleaning out of the closet, and suddenly I came across a package with all of his knives in a place you would never expect. And what surprised me the most, Your Honor, was that all of them were covered in rust. When I saw the rust, I just knew how much he had gotten himself involved with Hide, and I started to shake with one of the knives right there on my hand. But just then, my boy came home from school and I gradually calmed down. Then I thought to myself that maybe if I took his favorite knife, the one that he uses to cut sashimi, to be sharpened, Matsukichi would appreciate it. Trying to make myself think I was a real wife, I wrapped it up in a cloth, and then when I went out, my boy asked me where I was off, and I told him that I had a little errand to run, and I would be right back. And he should be a good boy and watch the house. And then he said, I don't care if you never come back, then I can go back to my school back home. This gave me such a shock. And I stopped to ask him what he meant. I found out that the children in the neighborhood were making fun of him and saying that your old man couldn't stand your mother's nagging and he ran out on her. This is something that children probably pick up from hearing from their parents gossiping about us. And so now there was my boy wanting to get away from a mother who has been turned into a laughingstock. And I go back to his foster parents in the country. And wanting to go back to his foster parents in the country. Suddenly I got so angry, and before I knew it, I had hit him across the face. As I rushed out of the house, I could hear him crying behind me. According to the testimony that followed, Tommy was not thinking about Hide at this moment and was hurrying through the streets with one thing only on his mind: get the knife sharpened so that she would feel better. The knife sharpener had a great deal of other work to do, but she would not be turned away. After she had waited over an hour, he finally sharpened it for her, and when she left his shop,
She had not felt at all like going back home, and finally turned almost involuntarily into the direction of Kishimoto Inn. Shortly beforehand, Hide had returned to the Kishimoto after enjoying a wild night with Matsukichi and had been lectured by the innkeeper's wife for leaving work. She had gone to the woman and apologized tearfully, just as Matsukichi had instructed. It was only a few minutes after this was over that Tommy arrived in the inn and asked to speak with Hide for a moment outside. Hide came out to see her and was surprisingly cordial. She had just changed into a stylish working kimono and as she walked along the street with Tommy, her loose clogs scraped languidly along the ground in the manner of a fluent prostitute. I made a promise to the boss just now. From now on, I'm going to have nothing more to do with men, I told her, she said. Tommy felt a rush of happiness when she heard this, but the next moment, Hide, smiling brightly, robbed her words of all significance with a further remark. But I don't know if I can hold out even for 3 days. Making a great effort of self-control, Tommy then offered to treat her for a drink at a nearby sushi shop on the bank of the Sumida River. When they had begun to drink, Tommy did her best to talk to her as though she was addressing her elder sister, but Hide refused to be drawn. Her only reaction was an ironic smile, and finally, when she was proudly driven to melodramatic extremes by the sake, Tommy lowered her head in supplication, but the younger woman turned away in brusque contempt. They had been there for over an hour this time and it was dark outside. Hide got up to go, saying that the manager would be angry at her again unless she returned immediately. After they left the sushi shop, Tommy claimed that she did not know why they wandered into a badly lit vacant lot in Hama that lay by the river. She said that perhaps when she tugged at Hide's kimono, she was trying to walk, stay and talk. Hide had happened to begin walking in the direction as she pulled her. At any rate, Tommy denied any intention of having led her that way in order to kill her. After walking for a short time, Tommy began to argue again, and Hide only laughed. As she did so, her even teeth flashed white, even though there was no more of a glint of light in the surface on the surface of the Sumida River to relieve the darkness and engulf the two of them. It's no use keeping on like this, Hide replied at last. No wonder Matsukichi got so fed up with you. This, according to Tommy, was a decisive moment, as she went on to describe her reactions. When I heard that, blood rushed to my head. I don't know how to describe it exactly. Right when I felt like a baby crying desperately in the dark, waving its arm and legs because it has no words to say it wanted something, or because it was hurting somewhere. And then I started to swing my own arms around, and somehow they loosened and the cloth and got hold of my knife. And while they were still waving around, Hide's body bumped into the dark, bumped to it into the dark. That's the only way I can say it. Her words had been so intense that the crowd in the courtroom and Honda with them could clearly see the phantom baby miserably waving its arm and legs. After she had finished, Tomi Masuda covered her face with her hands and sobbed. Her shoulders under the prison uniform seemed the more pathetic for being plump. The mood of the spectators now seemed to be shifting gradually from undisguised curiosity to something else. The rain was still falling outside, and the windows unveiled courtroom in the bleak light, which seemed to focus on Tomi Masuda. She stood there as though she were the sole representative of all the complex passion of a man, living, breathing, grieving and crying out in pain. She alone was endowed with the privilege of emotion. Until a few moments before, the spectators had seen nothing but a plump, perspiring 31-year-old woman. But now, with bated breath and staring eyes, they were looking at a human being wrecked by her feelings, writhing like a fish carved up for life, alive for dinner table. She had absolutely no protection from their gaze. The crime that she had once committed in the darkness had now taken possession of her, revealed herself, revealed herself before the eyes of them all. I'm finishing. I'm gonna finish soon. I have like half page to go. For it was the vivid character of the crime itself rather than my consideration of good intentions that she had impressed with such cogent force upon the spectators. Tomi Masuda's self-revelation far surpassed the possible accomplishment of even the most skilled actress, who, after all, would have revealed no more than she had intended. It amounted to facing the whole world and turning it into one giant audience. Her lawyers, who stood beside her, seemed too shabby to have any capacity to help. She stood there, short and plump, and nothing to mitigate her drabness. No combs in her hair, no jewelry, no fine kimono, no to catch a man's eye. But the fact that being a criminal was enough to make them see her as a woman. If we had the jury system in Japan, this is the kind of case where they might let her get away with it, said the law student, whispering in Shigekuni's ear again. What can you do with a glib woman like that? Shigekuni sat thinking. Once passion was set in motion according to its own law, then it was irresistible. This was a theory that would never be accepted by modern law, which took it as self-evident and conscious that unreason ruled man. Then his thoughts turned into more personal things. Though he had come to watch the trial as a thoroughly disinterested spectator, he was not fascinated. At the same time, however, it had made him realize something else. He would never plunge into the kind of molten red-hot passion that had come gushing out of Tomi Masuda. Outside, the overcast sky had brightened further, and the rain had slackened into a brief, scattered showers. The raindrops coating the window shone eerily in the sunshine. He hoped that his reason would always be like the sunlight, but a part of him was drawn irresistibly to the darkness of human passion. This blackness was a fascination no more, and Kiyoaki too was a fascination that seems to come surging to shake the very fabric of life, but that, instead of being life-giving, carried the seed of fateful end. It was in this mood then that Honda decided not to interfere with Kiyoaki for the time being. I'm done. That was the end of chapter 29. Thank you. I'm not enjoying this book. I'm sorry to say. I am at a crossroad right now. You know what I feel? I feel like I'm going to stop reading this book and then read another book for Noodible. Cause I'm not enjoying. I don't know. I'm pretty sure you can tell by the way I read it. I am not enjoying it. I don't enjoy it. like I don't. It's like one of the worst book I've. Okay, it's not one of the worst. It's just his prose is so like Kazuo Ishiguro can be very long-winded and like he will write like a lot of prose that's like just goes on and on. This is different. This is like this is just a lot of words that doesn't mean anything. I think I might stop after this. I don't know. Are you guys okay? Are you guys interested Are you guys interested in the story at all? If you guys are interested in the story, then I will continue reading. It's fine. I'm okay. I can do that. I'm very curious. If you guys are interested in the story at all, do you guys like Honda? Do you guys like Kiyoaki? You know, I know there are books that you are not supposed to like anyone. I know that I've read books like that, but are you guys invested though? Like, if you guys are invested, I mean, right now I'm making a very, you know, quick decision to like not continue reading it, but I think I probably will, because I'm not one to like have unfinished books. I will always finish reading a book regardless. My voice changed because I read so much, and so much of it is just like words that means nothing. He described the nape of the neck like it's some kind of a fetish. He really likes the nape of the fucking. At some point, he described eyebrows for like 2 paragraphs. he he talks about every time a woman appears, he talks about the nape of their neck. It's his fetish, and you can tell it's his fetish, right? I'm okay with that. But then at some point he also describes someone's eyebrows for 2 paragraphs. You guys get what I mean? He just goes round and round and round and round and round. You know which character that I'm invested in? The 2 prince from Thailand, from Siam. I'm more invested in the 2 random prince from Thailand than the main character. Bro, like, I would want to finish the book because I want to know what happens to the 2 prince. And that's bad, because they are like the side character of, like, the side of the sidest character, right? And to think that this is the first book out of 4 books, this dude that, like, this is why, like, yeah, I like Japanese writers, but they are not all good. I mean, Yukio Mishima is one of the very, very popular one, and I can see why, because he's writing very provoking things. During a time that people don't really write provo, like, you know. Like, seriously, this just makes me want to go on, like, fucking Wikipedia and find out what happens, because if I spend 4 books to find out what happens to the, I would, like, seriously, I told Zapok that I would only buy the second book, second, third, and fourth book if I like the first book, and I'm halfway through the first book and I fucking hate it. And I don't think that I have, and I feel bad because he's a very good writer, but he's also, I don't know if it's a translation thing or what, but anyway, Yukio Mishima fucking killed himself. Yeah, suicide.
his style is just not my style. This is why I say I have two favorite writers. One is Natsume Soseki. Even though I read Natsume Soseki's I Am a Cat, and there are four parts of I Am a Cat. Okay, I read Natsume Soseki write about things that's happening around the same timeline as this story, Spring Snow, from a cat's perspective, and I enjoy it immensely. I enjoy it so much, and it's a book that's just as thick as this one. But I fucking love I Am a Cat, and it's not just because of biasness. It's just I love Natsume Soseki's writing. His writing has purpose. Yukio Mishima, God bless his depressed soul. He doesn't know. Wow, his writing is so. I don't want to say the bad word, but yeah, right? It's nowhere like. There's no humor. There's no humor in it. Not even dark humor. There's no humor. There's no dark humor. The prose are so bad. This guy has fetish on women's neck, nape of neck. Like it's. I've never felt so bored reading a book besides Lonely Castle in the Sky. And Before the Coffee Gets Cold. But at least, right, Before the Coffee Gets Cold is a short book, so I can like just finish it ASAP. I don't want to, and then I'm done with it, right? Like Lonely Castle in the Sky. Lonely Castle in the Mirror, not Sky. Lonely Castle in the Mirror. It was very draggy, but it had some humor. And it's still okay. But anyway, I'm gonna end. I'm done. Oh my god. Yeah. Thank you, Tian. Thank you. Hey, Ando. Thank you, Ando. Thank you, Chicken Nugget. Thank you, Diane, for for moderating and also helping with PF. Let me go through. Okay. Thank you, Kin Komodo, for being the first one jumping into the stream. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Piao. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you. Thank you, Swiss Roll. Thank you, Ando. Thank you, Mochi Panda, for the follow. Yeah. Thank you, Mochi Panda, for the follow. Thank you, Niken Ken, for the follow. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We hit 180 today, so we can now move forward to 190. Yeah. So anyway, I'm not enjoying the book, but I think I'll probably finish it. But but if you guys not enjoying it, let me know. I'll see how it goes. Thank you so much. I'm gonna eat food now. I'm hungry. Bye. Thank you so much. I'm gonna.
Have you ever had a dream that you can
Thank you. I love you all. Thank you so much for listening today. Why are there 11 people right now? Oh my god. Show yourself. Thank you guys for
yeah, I'll try my best to finish reading the book despite hating it. So
I'm sorry, Yukio Mishima. Alright. I'll see you guys next time. I'll let you guys know when I go live. Thank you. Bye bye. Arigatou gozaimashita.